Well, it's December 8th, which means we lost John Lennon 35 years ago, and I believe it's also the third night of Hanukkah. But that's not why we're here. Welcome to our Santa Monica City Council meeting for December 8th, 2015. I note that the city manager's office has predicted that we will be out of here tonight by 10:30. So in honor of that, I'm going to ask City Manager Rick Cole to lead us in the pledge.
Your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That last part has special meaning given the depths to which the national political dialogue has recently descended.
It is unworthy of comment even. It's so contemptible. So I'll leave it at that. Would Acting City Clerk Denise Anderson Warren please call the roll?
Sure. Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Present.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Hammerich.
Here.
Councilmember Winter.
Here.
And Councilmember O'Day.
Present.
And then Mayor McKeown.
I'm here too, so that means there are six of us, half a dozen. I think that's the best we're going to do tonight. So
Correct.
there'll be six of us to vote on things. Votes generally take four as a majority. We have a few budget items that will require five tonight. We'll start with reading our closed sessions. I think it's rather
Okay.
a long list, so we'll sit back and relax and let Ms. Anderson Warren go
I'm
through
going to do
it.
an abbreviated version, but I'll get through it. Tonight you have closed session. The first two are litigation. The first case is Roberts versus City of Santa Monica. The second litigation is City of Santa Monica versus ARB Inc. And then you have anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9. There's one case. And then anticipated litigation, the Santa Monica Airport Aviation Tenants National Business Aviation Association and Aircraft and Owners Pilots Association. The next one is one case, Justice Aviation claimed for damages. And then the final one is National Business Aircraft Association versus the City of Santa Monica FAA docket number 16-14-04. And you have no request to speak.
We will then go to closed session, and before we do that, let me turn to the city attorney. That was a pretty impressive, lengthy list. We usually, council, try to be back here by 6:30 to do the rest of the business for the evening. I think that may not be possible. Would you say we could aim for 7 o'clock? Would that be reasonable? Well, let's say 7 o'clock so people have some sense of certainty because the public will be coming and waiting for the meeting. So we won't be back at 6:30. We'll be back at 7 o'clock tonight, and until then, we are recessed for closed session.
But now, oh.
So our city council meeting for Tuesday, December 8th, 2015 is now reconvened. We have returned from closed session, and I will turn to the city attorney and ask what we have to report out or vote on.
Thank you, Mayor. In the closed session this evening, the council discussed all 6 of the items listed on the closed session agenda. I have reports on 3 of them. First, item A, which is the lawsuit entitled Roberts versus City of Santa Monica. This is a police case. It is a case in which the plaintiff accosted police officers, was taken down, was convicted of interfering with their work, and later sued us. We're recommending settlement of that case in the amount of $37,000.
So moved.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Winter, second by Councilmember Davis. I see no request to speak. It's a money matter. We'll do a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Hammerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that is approved unanimously, 6-0, with the city council, 6 persons present tonight. What else do we have?
Thank you. On item B, which is, this is a relisting of a case that was listed at your last meeting. It's City of Santa Monica versus ARB. This is the city's lawsuit to recover from its contractor that was responsible for the glass panels on the Civic Center parking structure, which have been shedding their paint. I had incorrectly reported at our last meeting that we were recommending a settlement of that lawsuit of a payment to the city of $800,000. That's incorrect. What the defendants offered the city and what we're recommending that the city accept is $750,000. So I'm sorry, but I need you to vote again.
Move approval of the revised amount.
Second.
That has been moved by Councilmember Winter. I think it was Councilmember Davis who did the second.
I think actually,
Councilmember will make it, pardon me?
Councilmember O'Day.
Councilmember O'Day,
Yeah.
okay, sorry. I'm having trouble with the stereo here. So Winter or O'Day will be the motion, and we'll do a roll call vote.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hammerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so that's approved unanimously, 6-0.
And finally, item 1F, this is the pending Part 16 proceeding against the city involving the airport, of course. On Friday, as many people know, the city received an adverse determination by the Federal Aviation Agency. The determination was that the grant assurances run until 2023. And I don't think it'll surprise anyone that the council discussed challenging that ruling by an appeal. A further agency proceeding is what we would be confined to now, but I think you'll want to take a public vote
Well,
on that
Council, I'd like
challenge.
to move that we challenge that ruling.
second.
All right, moved by Mayor McKeown, seconded by Councilmember Davis. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Vasquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Hammerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
And Mayor McKeown.
Yes, so we will be challenging that ruling by unanimous vote of the council. Is there anything else from closed session? Then we'll move on to item 2.
Item number 2 is the city manager's report. It's the annual report video.
And we'll turn to City Manager Rick Cole.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, and city staff, as well as community members who are here and who are listening tonight. We operate, as all California cities and governments do, on a fiscal year basis, and we reached the end of the fiscal year back in June 30th. We typically, in years past, have produced an annual report that cataloged the achievements of the city and the community. And this year, we decided, rather than publish a book, that we would use something that we thought would get more usage than a book that goes on a shelf somewhere. So we've produced a video that summarizes some of the high points. It obviously doesn't go into the same depth as the publication used to, but the additional depth will be available on our city's website. I want to thank the folks who worked at City TV on the video, and our communications office led by Debbie Lee and Carrie Lujan. I want to also, however, pay tribute to the people who made all of these achievements possible. I was on board as city manager for 2 days during the last fiscal year, and one of them I had off. So all of the credit for these achievements go to my predecessor, Rod Gould, my able assistant city manager who served you and the community for 6 months as city manager, Elaine Polachek, but most of all the community and the staff who worked very hard. None of these achievements belongs to any one person. The council has set clear priorities for the city, and you'll see the council's priorities, both past and present, in the video that we're going to present. But the council really represents all of us, and it's a remarkable success and set of successes, both the ones that were finished during the last fiscal years and the ones that are coming to fruition in the months and years ahead. The city of Santa Monica is really quite extraordinary. I've observed in my 5 months here, it's the most complicated 8.3 square miles in Los Angeles County. But I think one thing stands out above all else, and that is that the level of civic engagement, the caring of people about this city is what produces the quality of our results. People care deeply about this city. They work hard to achieve great things for this city, and we have a lot to be proud of. And so we'll show you a little bit of what was accomplished in the 12 months of July of 2014 through June 30th of 2015.
Keeping Santa Monica a wonderful place to live, work, or visit is my job and that of our city council. All 7 of us are committed to making Santa Monica a world-class city. Our policy decisions will make sure that Santa Monica thrives as a trend-setting beach town for years to come.
We're here to serve. Every day, our dedicated staff work to enhance this great community by keeping it safe, sustainable, and prosperous. We're accountable for delivering the results that matter most to our citizens.
Let me introduce council members and city staff, sharing the results of their hard work and dedication to our city.
Safety is a top priority for the city of Santa Monica.
Crime is down in our city. In 2014, we saw Part 1 crime drop by 13.1%. Part 1 crimes include criminal homicide, forcible rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, and arson.
Your Santa Monica Fire Department responded to 14,616 emergency incidents last year. 78% of those calls are for emergency medical services. And we help the community be better prepared to help others by training almost 300 citizens in hands-only CPR.
The city continues to protect our AAA rating, and I'm proud to be a member of the newly formed audit subcommittee of the City Council.
For the 20th consecutive year, Santa Monica has earned a top credit rating from Fitch, S&P, and Moody's rating agencies. This high rating helps keep the cost of borrowing money low for the city, since it indicates that Santa Monica is a safe investment.
Buying local helps maintain our economic vibrancy. Currently, 800 Santa Monica businesses participate in the Buy Local campaign, which encourages local shopping, reduces travel, and increases local tax revenue.
Our city places a lot of emphasis on community, including seniors, youth, consumer affairs, affordable housing, and homelessness, making Santa Monica a desirable place to live.
Although homelessness is up 24% in Los Angeles County since 2009, here in Santa Monica, our local initiatives have helped us maintain a 19% reduction during that time.
The city has kept its commitment to affordable housing. 40% of all new multifamily residences is affordable housing. 32 formerly homeless Santa Monicans just moved into this newly built Step Up on Colorado.
The 5 branches of our library system had a total of 1,262,708 visitors last year. Our 2014 summer reading program broke records! Yay! We saw a 20% increase in minutes read, which totals 2.1 million minutes.
We now have 100,470 likes and followers across all the city's social media pages, increasing our ability to communicate with just the push of a button.
Santa Monica became a designated U.S. passport acceptance facility and issued over 2,000 passports since the program was initiated.
Santa Monica is a beautiful city, and we work hard to keep it that way by maintaining our infrastructure.
We completed 1,437 streetlight repairs, with 78% of those finished within 5 days. Repaired 8.5 miles of street, exceeding our goal by more than 20%. Our street sweepers swept 1,894 tons of debris from city streets. 965 sidewalk patches were applied, and 642 potholes were repaired.
We replaced 6,152 linear feet of potable water mains. And check this guy out. This is an amphibious sewer inspector. We call him Rover. We checked more than 4,000 pipes this year.
The city strives to reduce traffic congestion by encouraging public transportation through new technology, biking, and innovative expanded services. And of course, Expo Light Rail is coming to Santa Monica in spring of 2016. Can you feel that Santa Monica breeze? Breeze Bike Shares here. The council approved 500 8-speed bikes to be available for sharing at 75 stations starting in November.
Last year, the Big Blue Bus carried 18.7 million passengers, traveling 4.7 million miles with a fleet of 188 buses, operated by 265 drivers, picking up at 948 bus stops. We also offered our riders new high-tech options for their convenience, the real-time arrival system through NextBus, and quicker boarding with the tap card system.
Santa Monica is a leader in innovation through the use of technology and utilizing data to be transparent and accountable.
We received a $1 million grant from Bloomberg Philanthropies to measure community well-being. We teamed up with RAND Corporation, New Economics Foundation, and an interdisciplinary international panel of experts to create the Well-Being Index. To do so, we surveyed 2,200 Santa Monica residents, and together, RAND and 18 experts from around the globe spent more than 1,000 hours to define the 5 dimensions of community well-being.
We opened up the world of open data to our residents. The Socrata and OpenGov data portals allow users to pinpoint everything from the crime on their blocks to the projects that are improving their streets. So far, there have been over 249,000 views of the information from over 36 data sets totaling more than 50 million rows of data. And the people can now view that data even faster with the completion of a 100 gigabit network upgrade servicing 121 customers.
Our city is committed to sustainability in our natural environment by increasing water conservation, implementing a zero waste policy, and through other strategies.
We have accomplished a 1.5 million gallon decrease in water use, reduced water usage at parks and landscape sites by 20%, and removed 84,943 square feet of turf. Plus, we have installed 3.6 megawatts of solar since 2001.
Next year, we'll continue the progress that Santa Monica is making, but our top priority will go to the City Council's key strategic goals.
To make sure we focus on what needs to get done, your City Council has identified the top priorities. In this coming year, we'll tackle those priorities. We'll continue to work on all of Santa Monica's other opportunities, and we'll welcome the new Expo Light Rail line into our city.
We've got some important challenges and some exciting opportunities ahead of us. So let's work together to achieve great things for Santa Monica.
A bit of wave rule.
Again, I want to thank everyone who helped produce this, including a real cross-section of some of the 2,000 public servants who serve the city every day.
Well, thank you, Rick, for that report, and if the clerk would call item 2B.
Item 2B is the installation of Mayor Pro Tem Tony Vasquez as mayor and of Councilmember Ted Winter as Mayor Pro Tem, and you have one request to speak.
Well, this has been, quite simply, the most rewarding year of my life so far. I wrote something to the community about my gratitude in today's Daily Press, but tonight I want to say thank you directly to you, our city council, and to our city staff, and I wish more of the staff were here tonight because of all the work that's been done. It has been an honor to work with you this past year on so many issues that will leave a lasting impact on our city. Together we have accomplished a great deal, as you just saw. Council, I am especially proud of how many times we worked through public debate and council discussion to end up united in a unanimous vote. Santa Monica has benefited, I think, from our teamwork, and I mean, look at what we've done. We interviewed many candidates for city manager. Some impressed us, but only one inspired us, and we hired him, Rick Cole. We strengthened tenant harassment laws to protect renters. We were one of the very few cities in California to have a plan in place for the drought before the statewide mandates came down. We passed probably the best law in the country to regulate what had become commercial intrusions in our neighborhoods by vacation rentals. After 11 and a half years of work, in which some of us participated slogging year after year, both on the Planning Commission and then on the council, we came together on a new citywide zoning code. And, you know, we didn't agree on everything. One night I kept us working till 3 a.m. I apologize to that. But in the end, we incorporated literally hundreds of community inputs and concerns and adopted a 500-page zoning code, and we did that unanimously. We were also unanimous in our city budget, planning ahead for 2 years and adding new firefighters and paramedics. That's the first time we've been able to do that in many, many years. With the end of the 1984 agreement that controlled the airport, we have begun the process of taking control of the land we own, as the voters told us they want us to with Measure LC last year. And yeah, that process is ongoing, but we have been united in our commitment. It's clear that change is on the way, and it's no longer going to be business as usual at the airport. With your support, Council, we saw in the video, we opened our Breeze Bike Share program. We prepared for the coming of Expo Light Rail. Those are just two of the ways we're addressing mobility issues. We've been able to again begin approving new housing now that the zoning code is complete. As a matter of fact, I'm hopeful that tonight we'll create 90 more units of new housing in the city. And we've committed ourselves to finding ways to raise funds to fund significant amounts of new affordable housing. One of our hardest challenges has been public trust. We've established an audit committee, as Councilmember Himmelrich mentioned in that video. We hired an outside consultant to advise us on better handling of city charter, Oaks Initiative, and campaign finance matters. And then there's something that I've been committed to since I first joined the council back in 1998, raising the minimum wage to help working families in our community. We're in the final draft of a law that I believe is going to make Santa Monica a reference city for workers' rights. And I wish that we could have passed that while I was still mayor, but it's time to turn it over. And it is time to turn it over. Tonight, we make history. Tonight, Tony Vasquez becomes the first Latino mayor in Santa Monica history. Tony, I want to mark the significance of this historic moment by giving you something that I had made for you. On one side of this key, it says City of Santa Monica, and on the other side, it says Mayor Antonio Vasquez. If you'll come over here, Tony, I'd like to give you this key and this seat. Tony, whatever you do, don't press that button.
You want to sit in the chair?
You don't realize how much stuff you have up here.
It's a very complicated transition process.
Peaceful transition of power.
Yes.
And as I take over here, I also wanted to acknowledge our outgoing mayor, and we have a little token of our appreciation here from the council.
Thank you.
And I understand it may be appropriate to open it. I think you'll be amazed, and I think the public should see this.
Okay. Maybe easier said than done, Tony, but give it a try. Looks like a gold record.
It may be platinum.
Now, many of you know that I once worked in radio, so this is most appropriate. Thank you.
Now, Mayor, before you start, I want to remind you that you have one person who wants to speak.
So is it, I guess it's appropriate to have them come up first before we get into our comments. And is it somewhere here? I don't have the name here. I might have buried it. Oh, there it is.
Her name is Lila Khalaf.
Oh, yes. Come on up, Lila. She's actually, I believe, here representing our state senator, Ben Allen.
Yes, so I'm Lila Khalaf. I'm a resident of Santa Monica, and I'm the West Side representative for Senator Ben Allen. On behalf of Senator Allen and the state of California, I'd like to briefly read some certificates of recognition. First, to the Honorable Kevin McCune, in recognition of your remarkable contributions to the city of Santa Monica, with sincere appreciation for your excellent service as mayor. Your commitment to environmental protection, public transportation, workers' rights, affordable housing, and other essential issues has made Santa Monica the most fortunate city.
Thank you.
On behalf of the state of California and Senator Ben Allen, to the Honorable Tony Vasquez, in recognition of your remarkable contributions to the city of Santa Monica. In particular, your commitment to supporting our youth has improved quality of life for all. Congratulations on your mayoral inauguration, with sincere gratitude for the exemplary leadership you will provide as mayor of Santa Monica. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I'd just like to, I guess, begin the discussion and acknowledgments now as your new mayor. One, thanking our outgoing mayor for his time and service. You know, Kevin, when I got reelected here a couple years ago, I noticed you as a council person always being here for the residents and going above and beyond, I think, you know, making sure that those that email us, because we get so many emails and letters, to personally respond to many of those. And I'm really appreciative, because I think sometimes it relieves some of the pressure from the rest of us on the council from having to answer some of these, because we all get the same emails and letters. So for me, it's been a blessing, and I thank you for your work on that piece. And on that behalf, and on behalf of the community here. And I know you're going to still be real active now as a council person. You've always been, and I'm sure myself and my new Mayor Pro Temp Ted Winters will be tapping into you for not only for volunteering on special projects, but for your expertise moving forward. And I appreciate it. Thank you. Councilmember Ted Winter.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say that, Kevin, I knew you'd rise to the job and exceed everybody's expectations, and you certainly did that. And it's been great to watch you in action, and I particularly admire the way you've pushed yourself outside your normal comfort zone that you'd established over the past decade and a half, and that meant doing things like getting up way before you usually get up in the morning and going to things like the Chamber of Commerce State of the City, and you went out and you reached out to all groups around the city. And did a tremendous job of trying to draw us all together into common goals. Of course, the joke is on you because now the State of the City next year is going to be in the evening. It's a cruel joke, I think, almost a conspiracy at work. But I really just admire the way you've stepped into the job with incredible vigor and enthusiasm, and you made an incredible contribution to our city. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments here, I guess we can move on to our consent calendar.
Okay, we have the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and you have 2 requests to speak.
Now, is there anybody on the council that's, I'm sorry. I don't have, oh, here it comes, okay. So we have Denise Barton and Jonathan Fessler. Am I pronouncing?
Good evening. Let's start with items 3A, B, and E. I hope everyone caught Bill Bauer's column in the Santa Monica Daily Press, November 23rd, 2015, titled Expo Traffic Nightmare. Let's see, USC did a study finding that the Expo line between downtown and Culver City is not reducing traffic, and that it is highly unlikely that large numbers of people are going to shift from private vehicles to trains and buses. In addition, the USC study doesn't support Metro's claim that Expo is taking cars off the road, relieving traffic congestion, and providing valuable transit alternatives for thousands of commuters. The truth is, traffic congestion are worse than ever. It also raises questions about how transit taxes and bond measures are sold to the public. Because how supportive would the public be if it was presented as more development that will cause worse traffic and congestion is our plan, while we're telling you that the public transportation system we're creating will reduce traffic and congestion. Because that's what the community has been told, that the extra line, the bicycle plans, and the pedestrian action plan are all going to reduce traffic and congestion. But exactly how is that supposed to happen when you're adding so many new residences and businesses to the city? In other words, the numbers don't work. Finally, I hope you all don't think the residents are stupid, especially after the Bergamont Station's claim of 700 car trips per day, when in actuality the number was 7,000 car trips per day. We can all see that LOOSE, the Traffic Demand Management Plan, the Transportation System, the Bicycle and Bike Share Plan, and the Pedestrian Action Plans are all scams. Scams those of you sitting up there are guilty of pushing, even though you knew the truth was different than what you were saying. For these reasons, I strongly object to any more resident or tax grant match funding to go to anything related to the Expo line, including items 3A, B, and E, considering the item was sold to us, the community, on false pretenses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Foster. I'd like to thank the police department in the United States of America for our safety. I wore this on purpose, the back in black. I know that Santa Monica does well with their money, but the rest of the nation is not in the black, they're in the red. And I appreciate this. The police department can have a way to communicate. It's beautiful. So all support for this direction. If the billionaires were to give away their money, maybe they should give it to the police departments that are hemorrhaging dollars, that desperately need to hire more policemen. Even though I personally have mixed issues with the police department, the way, not this police department in general, any police department, the way it operates, the way law operates with the police department, that doesn't mean that I don't love the police department, because I certainly do. One of the strongest supports that I have for the police department is hearing about assassinations, and that is essentially assassinating the president. And what we've seen down in San Bernardino, terrible. Could not get police there fast enough. 4 minutes was beautiful, Too bad there was none there. To think that we don't have enough money, but a girl can show her crotch, the Hannah Montana crotch, and make a few $1 million, and police departments don't have enough money still. I'm hearing about that. Zuckerberg can have 45 billion. Police departments are still hurting for money. It's very distressing in my heart to know this, that it could be so easily fixed, some of the issues. So God bless, and hopefully it happens.
Thank you. We have the our 3 items here. Is the council, what's the will of the council? Is there any items that want to be pulled?
I want to pull 3J.
Councilman Sue Hemmerich is 3J. Any others?
I'll move the remainder of the consent calendar with the exception of 3J.
Second. Did it again.
It's been moved by Councilmember Kevin McKillen, and second, I guess it was pretty tight. We'll give it to Gleam Davis.
Okay, let me call the roll.
Let's go ahead and call.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember Winter.
Yes.
Sorry, Mayor Pro Tem Winter. Councilmember Hemmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
And Mayor Vasquez.
Yes.
Okay, the item that was pulled is item 6J.
3J.
3J.
Sorry, 3J. Sorry. Item 3J, and it is the sole source purchase of radio equipment for police, fire, and public works in preparation for implementation and an interoperational public safety trunked radio system.
So,
go ahead, Councilmember.
thank you. I pulled this item because it's a $10 million sole source contract, and I want to understand why we have a $10 million sole source contract rather than having bids or something else.
I think that's best handled by Jory Wolf, our Chief Information Officer.
Hi, Jory.
Mayor, council members. The reason that it's sole source is that the city is intending on joining ISIS, which is a regional interoperable radio system. And when we complete the build out of the system, it needs to be compatible with the technology that's operated by 37 other jurisdictions. And that's the purpose of having a sole source. The vendor in this particular case is the proprietary vendor for the hardware and the software used by all these agencies.
So Motorola supplies every agency on this whole network, is that right?
Motorola does, yes.
And there was a process, council member, to select them. The whole purpose of this federally initiated effort, as you know, is to bring emergency responders into the ability to, we call it interoperability, but in plain English, it's so that, as didn't happen on September 11th, in the future, our police and our fire, whether they're in one city or another city, can talk to each other in real time. And so having differing technology doesn't make a lot of sense. So there was an extensive process that we're essentially piggybacking onto the process that led to the Motorola being selected as the vendor of choice.
Thank you. And so on that note, I'll move item 3J. Second.
It's been moved and second by Councilmember Gleam Davis. Can we have a roll call vote?
Sure. Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes. So now that's approved unanimously. We'll go ahead and move on to item 6A.
Item 6A is the appeal 15 ENT-0321 by Alexander Gorby of Joint Design Review Body Denial of Building Design, Colors, Materials, and Landscape Plans for 14 ARB-173 for the construction of a new 271-room hotel and 15,200 square feet of ground floor retail restaurant space at 710 Wilshire Boulevard. And you have 10 requests to speak.
And in our new disclosure mode, do we do it before the request to speak or after? This is quasi-judicial, right?
Yes, you could do either, but sooner is probably better than later.
I have a disclosure. I met with the appellants, attorneys from Harding, Larmore, and Kutcher for approximately an hour on, I guess it was last Tuesday, concerning the project. I've spoken to representatives of Clue in support of the appeal. And I've reviewed the correspondence and spoken to various members of the public who are opposed to the appeal. So, but not in any substance, just expressing their view.
Councilor Glean Davis.
I too have disclosures. Last Friday, for approximately an hour and a half, I met with the appellant and the appellant's counsel. I also have had telephone conversations with representatives of Clue. I did receive one phone call from a member of the public who was opposed to the approval and or opposing the appeal. And I have also reviewed all the emails and other correspondence we've received in connection with the matter.
Councilmember Kevin McEwen.
Because I've been out of the country at the Global Climate Change Conference, I have not met with anyone, but I have reviewed all the correspondence.
Councilor Terry O'Day.
I met with the appellant and, the appellant's representatives on Friday for an hour and a half. That's it.
Mayor Pro Temp Ted Winter.
Yeah, they must have been busy Friday. I met with the the appellant's architect and attorney on Friday for about an hour, and I did also have a meeting last week with Clue and about some other issues, but they'd expressed support for the project, and I have had a phone call conversation yesterday with the chair of the ARB, who also serves on the Joint Design Review Body, and then I've gotten various emails from people on both sides of the issue.
I think you just tripped another comment here from Councilor Sue Hemmerich.
Yeah, I too spoke. I'm sorry, and I should have written it down. I too spoke with the chair of the ARB concerning this project, and I have read all the correspondence. And I spoke to her yesterday for about 10 minutes.
I guess I'm with Councilor McEwen. I was actually out of the country, so I didn't have an opportunity to meet with anybody, but I did review the material. And with that, I guess we'll open up with the staff report.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is the appeal of the Joint Design Review Body's denial of the ARB application for 710 Wilshire Boulevard Hotel. The project is located at, you'll see a yellow outline there. Here, you can see right there, that's actually the existing landmark building, the Santa Monica Professional Building. It was constructed in 1928 in a Spanish colonial revival style with ornamentation, Baroque ornamentation, and the project site also includes these surface parking lot, which is immediately south of the building. Around the project site, you can see the existing conditions right here on the south, mostly commercial, both to the northwest and east, and also to the south is a office building. The project, when you last saw it as a development agreement, was a 285-room hotel. It is now a 270-room hotel through a series of design modifications that the applicant has made, and also includes 13,000 square feet of ground floor retail and restaurant and ground floor public paseo and 318 parking spaces in a garage. Just a quick review of the history. The project was approved as a development agreement in March of 2012. In that development agreement, it established what's called the Joint Design Review Body that consists of 4 Landmarks Commission members and 3 ARB members. Because the project involves the rehabilitation of a landmark building and new construction, it requires both a certificate of appropriateness appropriateness and an ARB application. So this joint body was created to avoid sort of a two-step review in the process. So this body reviews both applications. In that development agreement, there were also 8 design conditions that were placed on the project for the JDRB to pay particular attention to, and the JDRB's rulings were appealable only to the City Council. So the joint body reviewed the project on 3 occasions, in June and September of last year, and then finally in September of this year. At that final meeting, they approved the certificate of appropriateness but denied the ARB application, and that's the subject of the appeal tonight. This is a listing of the 8 design conditions that were in development agreement. I'll just summarize them sort of more in graphical form for you. So you can see here, this was the site plan that was approved in the DA. I've outlined in red here what were identified as the public use areas in the project. One of those design conditions was that the steps be made to make the ground floor space activated and more engaging to pedestrians. On the 7th Street elevation, which is one of the street-facing elevations of the project, there was a condition to activate the public paseo and also the ground floor. So this here is sort of the ground floor of the new building. This is the landmark, and that's not the subject of the night. It's really this part of the project here. There was also comments about the courtyard elevations, sort of these interior facing elevations to the project, to look at more design detail to match the detail and the quality of these street facing elevations here in terms of material, texture, fenestration, and also what's circled there is the hotel entry and a condition to make that more prominent in the project as compared to the paseo. The east elevation, which faces the 7th Court Alley, so that's between 7th Street and Lincoln Boulevard. You saw here in the development agreement plans there was, the applicant did a decent job of breaking up the mass of the east elevation, but really, the monotony, the repetitiveness of that elevation was something that was concerned to the council at the time, and so there was a condition to address again, the quality of that elevation to have it match more, what's shown here on the 7th Street elevation, the idea of sort of four-sided architecture. On the south elevation of the building, this faces that office building I showed a photo of earlier. The comments here were to look at the stair tower here on the south elevation for more visual interest, and also to look at the green wall details in this area, which was going to be adjacent to the driveway, the entrance driveway to the project. So since the development agreement approval, the project has been through a design progression through review of the JDRB. So I'm going to start with the site plan just to sort of walk you through the changes that have been made and the comments from the JDRB. So this was the site plan shown in June 2014, and I'm really focusing here on the site plan at the public space and how that has evolved over time. So you can see in June it hadn't changed too much from the development agreement plans. There was still this concern about the narrow opening on Wilshire, the pedestrian orientation of the 7th Street ground floor. In September, when the applicant came back, after comments from the JDRB, you saw some improvement here in terms of opening up the entrance to the public paseo on Wilshire, and also, starting to address and pull back some of the retail area here on the ground floor, opening up the entrance to the paseo, and also, trying to improve here with a canopy to make more prominent the hotel's entry. In September of 2015, there was a substantial change in the way that the project addressed the street on 7th Street in Wilshire. You saw the building pulled back, so really became more respectful of the landmark, but also a much more substantial opening, a more welcoming entrance on Wilshire. The same thing on 7th Street, and sort of this sweeping entrance due to the storefront glazing system on the ground floor, and really allowed for here the inside-outside relationship and the connection between that with the terrazzo and also that transparent glazing on 7th Street. On the south elevation, you can see here how it's progressed from June of last year to September of this year, particularly in terms of the green screen on the south part of that driveway, and also the way that the architecture wraps around from the west elevation to the south, carrying forward the design detail and carrying forward the quality of that street-facing elevation to the south elevation. In June of 2014, these were the street-facing elevations. So the 7th Street elevation, you can see here what I just showed you in site plan. Again, that hotel entry and the courtyard, sort of substantially similar to what was approved in the development agreement. The use of the podium level as the primary reference point to the landmark building. And on the east elevation, there was certainly some concern from the JDRB about the massiveness of this elevation and the ability to break that up. The sort of overarching comment from that review was that the new construction really needed to have more of its own architectural identity. The terrazzo material, which is shown here, and hopefully we'll kind of pass it down that way, started to establish that coastal theme that was present in the terrazzo and the landscaping of the project, and there was comments from the JDRB to carry that through to the architecture so it continued to support that theme. I think there was concern that the new construction was perhaps too deferential to the landmark building. So in September of 2014, the design was revised with a new color palette to reflect more of that coastal theme with blues and grays. The hotel entry was improved, and the courtyard elevation also showed some progression to sort of matching some of that fenestration detail shown on the street elevations of the project. The podium level is still there as a point of reference to the landmark, and some improvements to the east elevation in terms of breaking up the mass. But one area that was certainly of concern was the building still had these concrete, poured-in-place concrete screens that were kind of a skin to the building. They were intended to sort of reference the layers of the landmark building, but they resulted in kind of these odd gaps between the main form of the building and sort of this exterior concrete screen. And it occurred on upper levels and sort of made for some awkward spaces and balconies and between the buildings and the screens. Overarching comment from that review in September 2014 was at that time the concrete was being covered by kind of a sack finish. It appeared like stucco. It was kind of uniform in color. There was concern that having that finish over large expanses of the project would create a uniformity and that elevation, kind of a blandness. So there was certainly concern about that. And although the board was pleased with the progress that had been made, I think they still felt that there needed to be additional improvements made to the texture, the details, the quality of the new construction. They provide suggestions about the window openings, and again that the hotel entry needed to be more prominent given the improvements made to the Paseo opening. So in September of 2015, the applicant came back with a revised design. You can see here the most prominent change was the removal of that podium level, really grounding the architecture and improving the pedestrian experience around the site. You can see here that the hotel entry was made more prominent. This fiber reinforced polymer material, much larger entrance. Here, the storefront glazing system introduced on 7th Street, allowing for that sweeping entry into the Paseo and a much wider entry. On the east elevation, much more variation and differentiation on that elevation. At this point, the project also lost, I believe it was 4 or 5 hotel rooms to create actual 12-foot gap and space, instead of just an inset setback, actual physical gaps in the elevation to break up the mass of that elevation, and also differentiation in terms of color and material. The idea here was really that the curves and of the new construction was intended to be a contemporary reference to the angles and the sort of site design of the landmark building, and also for the color and texture of the materials to reference that sort of sculptural quality of the landmark. The JDRB, as I indicated before, they approved the C of A for the rehabilitation of the landmark, but they denied the ARB application for the new construction. Highlighted here that they had findings, and I've sort of highlighted here sort of 3 key issue areas that were the basis of the JDRB's denial. One was the lack of a clear architectural concept. The board felt that there was conflicting ideas present in the concept that was being presented. They still felt that the east elevation was still not broken down enough in terms of building breaks in the building mass. They felt the uniform color of the glass fiber reinforced concrete panels, which are there's a white panel making its way around, yeah, and just so you understand what that material looks like. The generic fenestration, all of that sort of emphasized the expansiveness of the elevations, and also that the only connection between the landmark and the new construction is a bridge. It's a reversible connection, but they were concerned about the connection details. The applicant filed an appeal of the JDRB's denial based on, and the appeal statement states that they feel the project meets the findings to approve the ARB application, that they have addressed each of the 8 design conditions for the development agreement and have meaningfully addressed the issues raised by the JDRB in the course of its review of the project. In terms of what's before you tonight, these are the required ARB findings. There are 4 required findings in order to approve the ARB application. Staff does believe that the project does meet these findings in terms of addressing not only the 8 design conditions, but also in terms of the architectural concept. It is a contemporary reference, the new construction, to the layers and the sculptural quality of the landmark. We believe it provides a sensitive backdrop to the landmark through not only the quality of what's being proposed, but also the step backs on Wilshire Boulevard, the opening to the Paseo, certainly addresses the conditions from the development agreement. The east elevation has evolved quite significantly from when the development agreement was initially approved, and down here shows, whoops, there we go. The transparency of the bridge connection. It's sort of a steel and glass railing. That's connection between what's here is a landmark building and here is the new construction. So with that, staff recommends that the council uphold the appeal. That would have the effect of approving the ARB application. The council may also include conditions of approval with that, if you choose to take that action. Also alternatives that are outlined in the staff report, the council could also deny the appeal with or without prejudice, and you can see the effects of those actions there as well. That concludes my report, and I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Before we start with questions, I know you mentioned that there was a sample. Yeah. I think the one that you circulated, I think it's something else, right? Is that what you want us to look at? Okay. And we have a couple questions for staff, starting with Councilmember Sue Hemmerich.
So, am I correct that what you're asking us to do is to step into the shoes of the Joint Design Review Board and say that they're wrong?
That's a blunt way of putting it.
Well, nobody ever said I was delicate, so what can I tell you?
Basically, yes, what the council is doing tonight is you are reviewing this application de novo as the JDRB. And I think staff believes what's been highlighted in terms of the issues that the JDRB raised in terms of the architectural concept, in that case, it could be a matter of taste or style or good expression, and that's sort of subjective in many ways. And also regarding the east elevation and the bridge, again, those are subjective judgments. So certainly it's the council's pleasure as to, not just those findings, but the ARB findings as to whether you think those can be made.
So, and so 2 of the Joint Design Review Board members would have approved the project and 5 wouldn't. Is that right?
That's right. The vote was 5-2.
And none of the ARB members who are on that Joint Design Review Board voted for the project as it was?
That's right.
And when staff recommends it, I mean, do we have architects on staff who are looking at this and looking at the findings of the JDRB?
Correct. We have Steve Traeger here. He's our principal urban designer.
And finally, the JDRB is a one-shot committee that was requested by the applicant in order to review the project, is that right?
It's a body that was created in the development agreement. You're right. It's a single purpose body. It's created for this one project.
And it's never happened again?
No, it has not.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Temp Ted Winter.
Well, just to follow up on that, was the joint review body requested by the applicant? I mean, we had to come up, I remember, this has been going on a while, I was on the planning commission at the time, and we had to come up with some sort of review process, given the new construction and the landmark that's being preserved. Was it something that staff generated, or is it the applicant?
I believe I recall it was the applicant's suggestion.
Would there be composed of the four?
Yeah, to sort of have a different review procedure because of the unique nature of the project. But ultimately, the council adopted the creation of that body.
I don't recall anybody disagreeing with the idea at the time. But
Well, and both parties would have approved it. It's an agreement.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
So, I just had some question. I mean, I noticed that there were 2 hearings on the project within several months in 2014, one in June and one in September. But then the next hearing was not until a year later in September. Why the long gap between review hearings?
I can only communicate what I heard from the applicant in terms of the 1 year time period between the 2 hearings. I believe, and that might be an appropriate question for them, but I believe what happened was they had, in that time, engaged a potential hotel operator and had been working with them on the design and also trying to meaningfully address all of the joint design review body's comments from the first round of review.
So how much of an issue has it been to actually convene meetings at the JDRB, given that you have landmarks commissioners and ARB members? I mean, has that been an impediment to holding hearings?
I wouldn't say it's been a major impediment, recognizing that we want to make sure that we get as many members as possible, and the board members have expressed that interest as well. So it hasn't been difficult to convene it. Usually from the time we get plans from the applicant, we've been able to convene a meeting within probably about a month and a half, I would say, of getting the plans.
So where I'm headed with this is among the options before us, one of us is deny the appeal without prejudice, which would send it back to the JDRB, correct?
That's right. That would have.
And so, is it possible to do so and ask that there be a certain number of hearings within a date certain? I think part of the problem is it's taken so long, but on the other hand, it's not an extraordinary amount of review given the recent history of the ARB and the number of hearings they've required for large projects. So do you think that's something that we can do given the staff workload and the demands on the 2 different bodies?
I think that's certainly something we could work with.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Glean Davis.
Well, I want to get to the public comments, but I guess actually get to the appellant first. But the members of the JDRB changed over the 3 meetings, isn't that right?
Yes.
And it's my understanding from at least what I heard, I did not attend any of the meetings, that there were significant differences among both members at a single meeting, but also members who may have been there in the beginning versus at the end about what the project needed. Some wanted it to be more, for lack of a better term, rectilinear. They didn't like the curvation of the building. Others wanted it to be curvier, that sort of thing. I mean, I understand that you sort of distilled it down to lack of a clear architectural concept, but my question is, did the JDRB agree on what the architectural concept should be?
I think, to be fair, in the course of design review, and particularly for ARB applications, it's very unusual for the ARB to prescribe an architectural style or a concept for an applicant. They expect that to come from the applicant team and to have an articulation of what that is. So I don't think that it would have been, I don't think it was unusual, I think, for that body to not communicate to an applicant, here's precisely what the concept should be.
Well, I wasn't suggesting that they should, but my question is, did they suggest what they wanted to see in that concept? Because, I mean, my concern is that we send it back to the JDRB, and if they can't agree amongst themselves about what will make it a better project because they want very different things, that's my concern is, are we just sort of putting someone on a hamster wheel to keep going back forever?
Yeah, there was, there wasn't specific direction about the concept. There was concerns about the overall concept. I think we heard concerns about the curves, about the east elevation, but it was a little more broad than just specific elements of the concept itself.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Kevin McKeown.
Well, I'd like to clarify, if I could, staff's thinking in recommending that we override the Joint Design Review Board on this. And I understand that there are certain findings that need to be made, and they are in part subjective. And also, if the findings are made, it could still be a better building if someone were to demand that, better than is required. My understanding is the Joint Design Review Board wants more work done on this building. They are not yet satisfied with it. And then is staff telling us that in staff's opinion the building is good enough as presented?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think you phrased your question as good enough. I think what the staff is recommending is that they have complied with the recommendations of the committee. The committee did not feel that way, but our evaluation is that they substantially complied with the direction they were given.
That's, yes, correct.
And I assure you I chose the words good enough very carefully.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing none. On the queue, I noticed on the list of from the public, we have the applicant actually listed as two. Is Teresa Kelly part of that, or is that separate? That's separate. So I think we need to hear from the appellant first, right? Is that the procedure? Yeah. So can we have, I have Ken Kutchner, I think he's in the back, yeah. Now you'll have 10 minutes. I don't know how you want to break that up.
Yeah, I'd like to take 6 minutes at the front end and say 4, please.
Can we put 6 minutes up and then hold, I guess, the 4 for rebuttal?
Do you need that handout? Okay. Thanks. Good evening. Ken Kutcher here on behalf of the appellant and applicant Alex Gorby. Happy to be before you tonight and appreciate the thorough staff report that Ms. Yo gave to the City Council. Obviously, this is a design review hearing, not something that the Council is accustomed to, but this is a project that has been approved by development agreement previously by the Council, and at this point the only outstanding issue is architecture, and the development agreement itself provides that the appellate body, as Ms. Yo indicated, is the City Council, and so that's why we are here before you tonight. It's not our practice to routinely recommend appeals as to architecture, and certainly it's our practice to encourage, and the project architect in this case has tried to be responsive to a wide range of comments that he has received, both from Planning Commission, City Council, members of the public, and the JDRB, which I think was productive and led to a good result in this case. We would agree with the comment of the city manager that this wasn't a matter of being good enough. This is a matter of being a success, and that we worked through the issues that were identified by the council and the issues that were at least consensus driven by the JDRB. It fell apart at the end, unfortunately, and we felt at that point we needed to come here to the council. Can I go to the next slide, please? The project's been through a long history, beginning in 2005 and continuing up through today. And, at this point, we've had 3 courtesy review hearings at the Landmarks Commission. At that time, by the way, there were not float-up hearings at the ARB. So the only body we went to was the Landmarks Commission, and that was because there was an avenue in the Landmarks Ordinance that allowed us to do that. So we availed ourselves of that opportunity. We had 3 Planning Commission hearings and 3 City Council hearings as well. And then, of course, as you've heard, we've had another 3 hearings at the Joint Design Review Body. And at this point, we agree with staff that the architecture has successfully addressed the 8 issues that were identified by the council that should be paid particular attention to, and that we also addressed the comments, a number of the comments that were raised by the JDRB, and they were all helpful. I mean, there were a number of very helpful comments that we received over the course of the years. Thank you. This project revolves around a historic landmark. This is a building that, as part of the project, there'll be more than $10 million invested into rehabilitating and converting this building into hotel rooms with ground floor restaurant and retail space. The DA obviously established a special review process in this circumstance, as some of your questions revolved around. That's a hybrid body. It was formed only for this project. And given our experience, maybe it won't happen again, I don't know. But it was an attempt to try to resolve design review. The concern that was expressed by staff was whether we needed to go to ARB and Landmarks Commission and get both of their votes independent of each other. That was a task that we felt was inappropriate. We were very concerned, as we somewhat experienced in the JDRB process, that we'd get one set of directions from the Architecture Review Board, another contrary set of directions from the Landmarks Commission, and it would be hard to marry the two. Because we had been to the Landmarks Commission many times, as the applicant, our preference during the early phases of negotiation was that the Landmarks Commission should be the body to review this, that the ARB could have a courtesy review, and that and or send liaison to the Landmarks Commission and have input in that vein, but that this project really revolves around rehabbing a very prominent historic building that's the centerpiece of the project, and that the Landmarks Commission would be the right venue. Negotiations led differently, and so we ended up with the hybrid body. It certainly wasn't my preference, but that's where we ended up. I think that if I were sitting in your shoes, I would wonder, you know, I'm on the city council, how am I going to second guess an architect's opinion, let alone a number of architects' opinions? I think, you know, there are reasons to do so. One is the DA itself. The development agreement confers this appellate jurisdiction on the council. It's a de novo hearing. The DA process, as it's written, indicates the council is the final arbiter of those decisions, and so so that's why we're here. So that's one reason to do this. But there are more. If we could go to the next slide. The staff, as was indicated to you, has expertise, and they have identified in your staff report reasons why this project merits the council's support and approval. Staff is experienced. We've worked immensely with staff on this and other projects, but you know, that's an important aspect for the council to look for guidance in deciding how to proceed. I'd like to use 2 more minutes, please. In addition to that, we have former Commissioner Ruth Ann Lair, who's weighed in on this matter. A number of you received her email in support of this, and we've also had the support of the Santa Monica Conservancy, which I think is also telling, as well as our preservation architect, Robert Chattel, who supports this application. And Mr. Chattel is very experienced in this field and is not only an architect, but a preservation architect. The next slide. Finally, we think that the improvements that have been made are self-evident to the council, and that you can see, as Ms. Yo walked through these, both the improvements on the open space and pedestrian orientation, the next slide, and also the dramatic improvements along the alley side, which are substantial, and we think that is very obvious. Next slide. And in closing, I'd like to encourage the council to follow the recommendations The staff, we're happy to answer any questions. We have a team including the project architect, the preservation architect, and landscape architect and lighting expert. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It looks like you have a little over about 2 minutes, almost
Thank
3
you. We'll
minutes.
save that for rebuttal, please.
I see actually, Kevin, are you still on there? Okay. So Councilmember Sue Himmerson.
So I do have a couple questions. So when I met with you, we talked about the delays in the project, and I see that the DA was approved in April 2012.
Yes.
And then you came back to the joint committee in June 2014.
Yes.
So that was an over 2-year delay. What was that about?
Well, that was about doing work with landmarks commissioners, ARB members, city staff to address the 8 criteria that were identified by the city council in anticipation of that first hearing.
And so you say you wanted it to go only to the Landmarks Commission, and that the JDARB, I guess, was a compromise you reached with the city. Is that right?
Yes.
And so how big is the landmark building?
In terms of square feet or height?
Square feet.
It's about 35,000 square feet.
And how big is the new building?
130,000 square feet.
So it's almost 4 times as big, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So, but you didn't ever want it to go to the ARB at all?
We did want it to go to ARB, but for input. The question was, what's the feature of this project? And I think that the consensus is that the architectural feature of this project is the landmark building, and that the important thing and guiding principle are the Secretary of Interior standards, and those provide that the new construction should be complementary but distinct from the landmark building. That's something that the Landmarks Commission repeatedly addresses. It's not something, the Secretary of Standards are not something that the ARB routinely looks at.
Well, I guess what I'm having trouble understanding is you have a small landmark or relative to the rest of the building that's being built, and then you're building 130,000 square feet of additional building. So what architect is going to look at that? And so let me do this differently. How many architects are there on the Landmarks Commission?
2, John Burley and Barbara Kaplan.
And were both of them on the JDARB?
The JDRB had both of them, yes.
And Ms. Kaplan voted against it, is that right?
She did.
So you had one architect voting for it and all the other architects voting against it, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter.
So I just have to ask this question. I should have asked it the other day, but one of the issues that seems to be in play here is the bridge between the 2 buildings.
Yes.
So maybe a question for Mr. Lax rather than you, but why is a bridge necessary? Could solve the problem, just not have a bridge.
I have 2 comments. One is that the development agreement itself called for the ability to have this pedestrian bridge, and it was expressly called out. It was asked to pay attention to it, but that the development agreement itself guarantees the ability to have the bridge. It's the only connection, and at that second level is where the hotel rooms start. And so we feel that there needs to be a guest-related connection at that second level to come across the landmark building.
All right,
But
that makes sense.
Mr.
Thanks. That's good enough.
See no other questions. I notice we'll reserve, I guess we'll hold the almost 3 minutes for you for rebuttal.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
We have Teresa Kelly, I think, here representing the ARB. And you'll have 5 minutes if you need it.
Good evening. Yes, I'm Therese Kelly, and I am a member of the JDRB. I'm here on behalf of the ARB.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We had the opportunity to review this project 3 times, and the scale and scope of this project, were we to review it in the ARB, it it would not be uncommon for us to see it 3 times. It would not be uncommon for us to see it 4 or 5 times. This is a significant project for the city. We are very enthusiastic about creating a viable project to rehabilitate this beautiful historic professional building. And we had been making progress in those 3 meetings with the applicant. And there was improvement in every time in incorporating our comments. At the last meeting, we had given comments and expected to continue to work with the applicant, but the applicant asked us to take action, and we were forced to deny it. And we all respectfully urge you to please remand this project back to us. It's been premature to rule on it, and please remand it back to the JDRB so we can continue to work with the applicant to create the best possible project for the city. With the JDRB, you have a full complement of people who you've appointed with expertise to review this project, who care deeply about this project. And this project is really just too important, with too many significant elements that still need resolution to have had to be able to rule on it. And we would really like to continue to work with the applicant on it. Thank you. I'd be available to answer any further questions you might have.
And you have some questions here, starting with Councilmember Gleam Davis.
Thanks so much. So I'd be interested, what issues do you think need to be resolved still?
Well, I think that the staff report tried to condense all of our comments and made it seem almost like they're really small things, but like to just say the architectural concept is not present, that's a really big issue. And I agree fully with the applicant that the primary element in this project is the historic building, and that really should be the jewel and should stand out. Right now, the overall form of the new building seems to be in competition with the form of the historic building, and that aspect has been consistently commented on, regardless of who is members of the JDRB.
So we have the issue about the concept, and I'm not an architect. I don't play one on TV, so I want to make sure I understand when you say there's a lack of a concept. I mean, I understand you're not going to tell the architect this is what you should do, but what is it you're looking for? That's I guess what I'm wrestling with here.
Well, I think it's really hard for me to stand here and represent all 7 of us and a whole. We come to the meetings with notes, and we've really reviewed the project, and to tell you what to tell the applicant, because I feel like we have expressed our concerns. So there's many that go into that. For instance, one of the and this is just a few. This is not all encompassing, but like there's a sort of a relentlessness to the facades. The curves seem to be hard to program, and also, like I said, they seem to take away from the historic building. There's more smaller detail things like the detailing of the bridge, the viability of the interior retail spaces for the Paseo. But I mean, this project we fully believe that the applicant team can make this project work, and we would like to work with them to continue to make it the best project for the city. This is a great, huge project, and it's a great opportunity to create a beautiful piece that's not only aesthetically pleasing, but that is, economically viable.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winthrop.
So when your joint board is met, have you concluded all the hearings have you generally just given individual comments, or have you made a motion that everybody voted on saying these are things we are looking for? I'm wondering how specific your direction's been to the applicant. Do you have recollection? I understand at the last meeting you were thinking you were going to continue, so maybe you had not gotten to the point of that motion, but the first 2 hearings, did you give a list that you all agreed these are the things you should address?
Perhaps staff can comment on the first 2 meetings. I mean, typically you would give comments and then you would ask the applicant to continue. They would ask for a continuance to respond to those comments. That's typically.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering whether they're getting different comments from different people, whether there's unanimity on the feedback.
Sure, I can address that issue. So from the first two meetings, they typically the way that the design meetings go is that there was a not necessarily consensus in comments. The board members will give their individual comments, and if there's some comments that are repeated, so we help the applicant kind of parse through and highlight, sort of prioritize the comments that were received.
All right. And then I go back to a question from Ms. Kelly, which is that if this matter has come back before your board, do you think that you and the members would be able to commit to a much more speedy and expedited review when a process in which you did come to specific agreed upon requests out of the applicant so that they know exactly what they have to do to come back to you to seek your approval? I think it's been a long process, and if we do choose to throw them back into it, I just want to make sure it happens much more quickly and with much more clarity.
I mean, I think I think every member has been very eager to meet and has, I've met with the applicant outside of meetings and others have as well. I think we were very eager to comment on this project and to see it move forward. So I don't think scheduling has been the cause for scheduling a meeting for us has not been the cause for delay.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
We'll just open up the public comment, starting with our former mayor, Jim Kahn. If Abby Arnold and Gabriela Roscoe could also line up on the side here and be ready to speak after.
I'm Jim Kahn, and I can't believe how long I have been, how many times I've been in front of this body advocating for this project, advocating for community benefits connected to this project. And it was finally in that process that the council decided that having community benefits ought to include decent wages for the employees, the people who work there. And that was the first, as I recall it, in the history of the city that we made that request. It's discouraging to me to have read the appellant's report, read the staff report, and realize that through all of the changes and over all of this period of time, that we're back at the place of, well, what do we do now? So you guys have to decide who it is that you trust and who it is, whether this building can be more than what it has evolved into over all of these conversations. But don't forget that at the end of the day, what we really need to have are those city benefits and those employees having decent jobs.
Thank you. Mayor Kahn, I think we have a question for you here from Councilmember Sue Hemorrhage.
Yes.
Whoops. Hi, Reverend Kahn. Did you go to any of the JDARB hearings?
I did not.
Thank you.
I figure, that's a technical business. I'm not a technician. I was on this council, and I remember having to make choices about things, but then, we gave that to people who what you do when people are deadlocked is you have to break the deadlock, and that's what you're being asked to do.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite done, Reverend Kahn. So
I'm sorry.
That's okay. You just keep walking away.
Well, it's a late night already.
Look, so this was passed in 2012, and it didn't start with the JDRB until 2014. And my understanding is that when it was first passed by the council, it wasn't passed with decent wages. Is that right?
No, that's not my recollection.
Thank you.
Abby Arnold?
Good evening, council members. I'm also, like Reverend Kahn, frustrated about being back here again on this project. I remember the first hearings on it because I was an active opponent of the project because it was not a good hotel project in terms of its community benefits, including the wages and working conditions of the workers. And we worked very hard with the applicant. We even picketed one of his other hotels, and we finally got to the table and got into discussions with him and came to an agreement. And that agreement has been the standard now for example, the OTO hotels on Colorado that are now under construction, and people are going to be staying in them before this ever gets settled. Meanwhile, I also care very much about the historic preservation aspects of this, and also about usability as a member of the community. And I'm really excited about a hotel where I'm going to be able to go and sit and have coffee and go to the shops and go to the banquet halls and have other options for banquets and all the things that will be happening in this hotel that also echoes back to the wonderful history of that medical building that's being repurposed into the hotel with this design around it. I really hope that you uphold the appeal and let the project go ahead. I believe that this project really has gotten to the point where it's a beautiful addition to our downtown, and we need to get that hotel built and get those workers into the positions in the hotel. So, and we also, I just want to emphasize how groundbreaking this development agreement was with with what's happened ever since then. So it's kind of embarrassing that the place where we really forced them to make a difference hasn't gotten built.
Thank you. There's a question for you, though, from Councilmember Sue Hemmerich.
Did you attend any of the JDARB hearings?
I did not attend the JDRB hearings. I monitored them and I looked at the agendas and at the results from them. So I was keeping track of what was going on there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gabriela Roscoe, and I see Melanie Lutheran behind, and then behind her, I'm sorry, the lawyer, yes. Go ahead, Gabriela.
Good evening. Congratulations, Mayor Vasquez. My name is Gabriela Roscoe, and I'm with CLUE, Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. And I think it's really interesting that this city council meeting opened honoring the vision and priorities of the city, and one of them is actually upholding workers' rights. I think that's really critical and really pivotal to what's going on here, because it will be good jobs. CLUE does not support just any project or any jobs. We support good jobs, living wages for families and individuals. And I know there are real people, real moms, real dads, real brothers that are looking for jobs right now in this city, and they're hard to come by. And we know that jobs are going to be here, and that's really pivotal, and I think that's important. And I think we also need to honor the process of people, as people have mentioned, what has gone into this, the time, the effort, the wisdom, the research, the meetings, honor the process of what has happened here. And so I do ask you to support the appeal. And the other thing that we're concerned about is the delay process. The more time we spend, the more time it is sent back, the longer that people have to wait to get into these jobs. And that isn't just something that looks bad on paper. That's real people that are missing out on real opportunities. So I just want to lift that up. Thank you.
Thank you. As we get Melanie to come up, if Denise Barton and also Carl Hansen, if they could line up as well, I'd appreciate it. Our newly I guess I don't know if it's a sworn, I guess your attorney passed the bar, right, Melanie?
I'm not sworn in, so no free legal advice. Okay. Yes. Good evening. First, I want to say thank you so much to the outgoing Mayor McEwen for a great year. Congratulations to new Mayor Vasquez for being the first Latino mayor here in Santa Monica. My name is Melanie Lutheran. I am a representative of Unite Here Local 11. I'm here this evening on behalf of the thousands of community members we represent in the city's hotels. 710 Wilshire. This project enjoys a broad range of community support. As you all know, there is a labor peace agreement on this project, which will ensure that if those workers decide to join a union, they will do so without fear of retaliation, which means that it is most probable that there will be around 130 quality jobs in that project. Almost 4 years have passed since this city council last approved this project, and the community is ready to enjoy it and would like to see it move forward. And I urge the city council to uphold this appeal and to make the decision today as a body, because of the fact that no members of the public go to the Joint Design Review Board Committee. You are accountable to what the public wants and what the community wants to hear, and you've been vested with that responsibility. And there is a lack of public participation at this committee that has been formed just for this particular project, and I think that gives you a particular impetus to make sure this project moves forward, since you are the elected representatives of Santa Monica. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We do have a question here from Councilmember Sue Hemmertsway.
You forced me. So you believe that we should approve this project despite the fact that only one architect on this board of 7 people thought that it was good enough to go forward?
I believe that this project has had enough review from enough design committees, the Architectural Review Board, the Joint Design Review Committee, more than other projects that have been built and are going up in the city right now.
And that's in your expert architectural
I'm
opinion.
not an expert architect, but you asked the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Denise Barton.
Good evening. It might seem as though we have another developer who thinks that he doesn't have to abide by the rules, regulations, and standards that everyone else does. I say that by the simple fact that we are here now. Let's see, why would the developer not be addressing the issue of the upper walkway from the historical building? Might it be because by putting a hole in the exterior of the building, you are physically changing the exterior of a historical building, which from what I understand you're not supposed to do? So by this appeal to the City Council, is the developer trying to get out of having to do that process? Or would the developer be trying to make it so the historical building is no longer considered one? Now please allow me to give you a recent example to confirm this point. The building I live in is a historically landmark building, and the new owners decided to put non-retractable bars on all hall windows on the first floor. But after a few calls to the city, the bars were taken down the next morning. Next, again in reference to the historical building, why can't the developer understand that it is supposed to be the prominent point to the site, not drowned out by all the other buildings around it, which is what I saw in every rendering? The rest of the appeal by Mr. Gorby basically falls along the same lines of the last examples. And for these reasons, I urge you to deny this appeal. Either make him start over or send it back to the JDRB. Because you know, if you show preferential treatment to one developer, the rest will expect it too. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Hansen. Carl, as you're coming up, let me just call a couple more names here.
Yeah.
We have, following you will be Carol Lamline, she's here, Andrew Hoyer, and then our last speaker, Elizabeth Vandenberg.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez, and congratulations, council members. And wanted to say thank you to our outgoing mayor, and gratitude for attending many a meeting and a ribbon cutting, many of which were very early in the morning. Interestingly enough, on the timing piece of this, the last time this came before you was my first time attending a Santa Monica City Council meeting. So it's interesting to see it come back here now, and I wanted to read back the letter that the Chamber submitted to you, reaffirming our support for this project. So in April of 2012, the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors voted to support the proposed adaptive reuse of the existing landmarked office building at 710 Wilshire as part of a new full-service, moderately priced hotel. We wish to reaffirm our support today as this project comes before you again. The Chamber believes this new hotel will be an important addition to the city with its tax revenue, new jobs, preservation of a landmark building, and other community and project benefits. We urge you to allow this project to move forward without further delay. As a resident myself that lives only a block away from this, not speaking as a professional architect, and I don't think you need to be an architect to appreciate architecture. looking at this, I think many people in our community would find this pretty spectacular. I think it's a beautiful building. I found the comments opposing this to be somewhat academic and not necessarily relating to the experiences of everyday people. This frankly is an area that's somewhat uncomfortable to walk at night. I look forward to its revitalization. Since I started my job here, every time I've walked by this, I have anticipated something happening here and cannot wait until this is a reality. So I would encourage you to move forward with this, and the Chamber would as well. Lastly, I wanted to say, if Picasso and Rembrandt were looking at another artist's work, they would never agree, and I don't think they should. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, our rules that we don't clap, we can do it silently, and I appreciate it.
Mayor Vasquez, Mayor Pro Tem Winterer, and council members, I'm speaking on behalf of the Santa Monica Conservancy in support of the staff recommendation to uphold the project team's appeal and allow the 710 Wilshire Hotel project to proceed to plan check. The Conservancy has supported this project throughout the development agreement process as a very sensitive adaptive reuse of a landmark building which is in need of extensive rehabilitation. The project is important to Santa Monica not only for its impact on the landmark building, but also as a model for the combination of adaptive reuse and new construction, encouraging preservation of our important historic structures. As reaffirmed by the JDRB's approval of the Certificate of Appropriateness, this project is compatible with the landmark structure and does in fact adhere to the Secretary of Interior standards for historic buildings. As an example, the insertion of the walkway is not an issue from that point of view. It provides an important community benefit in rehabilitation of the landmark, and as a whole revitalizes the northeastern edge of downtown with the historic structure at its centerpiece. In the development agreement, Council specified that the JDRB pay particular attention to specific design elements of the new construction. We have followed the JDRB meetings as the members of the review body have recommended modifications to the design, and the project team has responded as detailed in the staff report. We believe it's time to move this project forward and hope you will uphold the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question from Councilmember Sue Hemmerich.
I have two questions. My first question is this: is there any contribution to the Santa Monica Conservancy in the development agreement?
No. And by the way, there's no development agreement that has a contribution to the Santa Monica Conservancy. They all specify that the Director of Planning will establish a process for distribution of funds for historic preservation.
And my next question is this. You supported this project throughout the DA process, even after it was approved with a living wage that was referendum by the hotel workers. Is that correct?
We supported the project for its impact on the historic, the preservation of the historic building. We do not take positions on matters other than those related to preservation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Andrew Hoyer.
Good evening, council members. My name is Andrew Hoyer. I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. On this project, I do speak for myself. What I hear Teresa Kelly, one of the people you appointed to this board, telling you that on a project of this size, it was normal for them to come before them 4 or 5 times until they get it right for Santa Monica. It could be right for a lot of other places, just the way it is. But for Santa Monica, you have appointed people to judge that. They're not done judging it yet, but for some reason, they're now whining and moaning and screaming and crying that you need to hurry up. They waited 2 years to get started on the project after you gave them the approval. But now suddenly you have to hurry up and approve this project because, well, we need those union jobs and we need whatever else. Now, I'm a great union supporter. I'm glad they managed to thumb wrestle the guy out of this. But what it seems like to me is that as the parents, you assigned one of the older siblings to be the babysitter, and that would be the board, and the younger children, siblings, are having some sort of a disagreement, and they don't want to obey the babysitter, and they've managed to get a few of the other siblings by promising them a few cookies from the cookie jar to join in the mutiny and bust past the babysitter and out the door, and they're now coming running, screaming to mommy, 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 please, please, please tell older sister that she has to do what I say. So please send them back to the older sister. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker, Elizabeth Vanderbilt.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez and council members. Elizabeth Vandenberg, Wilmont. The Luce promises us great architecture. The downtown specific plan offers us great architecture as well. This is a fantastic landmark, as we've all noted. The Santa Monica Professional Building has always been my favorite building in the city. I moved here in '79. I adore it. I love to walk by it at night. I never feel threatened. I feel it's like my friend. For my neighborhood, this building and the hotel associated has very detrimental effects. It's been pointed out in the EIR that will have traffic and it will have parking issues. As well, I believe it's way too tall for our neighborhood. It's a bad transition to Reed Park. It has 1- and 3-story buildings around it, and the Boys and Girls Club. If you look at the east elevation, it looks like a brick wall on one side. I'm not thrilled about the design. Please, please send this back to the joint board. They had a 5-2. They've given us evidence that they'll work with the applicant. And I think for Wilmont and for me individually, this is an opportunity to prove that this council worries about architecture and worries about the best design for a building that could be there 100 years. We can have fair wages and great architecture. And about community benefits, as has been noted by one of my favorite people, Andrew, who spoke before me, has been stated before, community benefits never benefit the community. I don't think that that's something we're looking forward to. So I request that you deny this appeal and move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have the applicant to come up and for the rebuttal. I believe we have just about 3 minutes, or what is that? Am I correct? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you. I did attend each of the JDRB hearings. This was not controversial. Only Jerry Rubin spoke at any of those hearings, besides the applicant team. I wish I had 4 or 5 hearings. We have 11, 12 hearings, depending on if you count second reading on the City Council. We had 3 design hearings at the Landmarks Commission. We had 3 hearings at the Planning Commission, many of which focused on design. We had 2 hearings, a float-up hearing and a first reading hearing at the council where he gave direction about design. And then we had 3 JDRB hearings. With all due respect, Ms. Kelly was at 1 JDRB hearing. She wasn't at the hearing where the second hearing, at the end of the hearing, we went through the list of what we heard. We asked if we heard all of the things that the JDRB commented on. The co-chair at that time, Lynn Robb, indicated, we don't give that direction, talk to staff. That's what we did. We worked with staff. We have staff's endorsement of this design. In addition to the fact that the council can rely on staff, we're supposed to rely on staff too. That was the direction we were given, and we followed that direction. As to the suggestion that the building is incompatible, that is contrary to the same finding that the JDRB made with respect to granting the certificate of appropriateness. They found the new construction was compatible in that document. That's the kind of inconsistency we got from this board. There was not consensus about what to do. We addressed the things about which there was consensus. If there was not consensus and one member wanted one thing and one member wanted another thing, we have to go on appeal. We have to get a resolution, and this is the body that's charged with resolving those issues. I think sending us back to the JDRB, we're going to end up with an existing tension between which elements should be addressed. I'll also indicate that not all the JDRB members were willing to meet with us. One in particular refused to meet with us outside of the hearing. That's her prerogative, but there was not cooperation at that level. The architect has been responsive to every comment he's received. and has, I think, in the end, produced an excellent design that addresses not only this council's concerns, but also many of the concerns that were raised by the JDRB, certainly all the ones about which there was consensus. If the council's reluctant to approve this as designed, if you were to give direction to staff to pay particular attention to certain things, we're certainly open to that. We're not saying we're closed-minded. We just want to get to a point where we can actually move forward with the project and not be caught up in internal turmoil between one JDRB member and another. Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is a question for you from Councilmember Sue Hemmerich.
So is there something that requires design approval from the JDRB before you proceed with the initial? I mean, we've all seen these projects go. So can you, for instance, excavate that big parking lot that you're going to be building the new building on?
The problem is to get funding in order to do that excavation. That's a major excavation work. And in order to do that, the money is not going to be there unless there's design review approval. It's just
okay. But you have an approved development agreement that has very strict parameters. Yes. So in other words, the development agreement says they can only reduce it 2%, and they can, that sort of thing. Or yes.
Yes.
And you know how many rooms and how many parking spaces, etc.
And the room count has gone down.
But you also have put in some suites, isn't that right?
We have in the room, but that doesn't account for the fact that there's been room reductions, and one member of the JDRB at the last hearing asked for another 5 rooms to be eliminated.
But apart from the financing, there is no impediment from our end. When I say from our end, from the council's end, that would prevent you from digging your big hole.
It's $100 million project.
This was sort of a yes or no answer. Sorry about that.
There is an impediment. It's $100 million.
Thank you.
Council, or actually Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter.
Yeah, get used to it, buddy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was hoping Mr. Lax could come up and answer
Sure
a few
thing.
questions.
He'd love to.
He's here. Let's make him sing for his supper or whatever. So I just I recall this project from the get-go at the original Planning Commission hearing. There were concerns back then about the curvilinear aspects of the new construction. I'm sure you recall that. What was your response at the time to that? And over there, you've probably heard some of that from the JDRB. I was just wondering whether you ever woke up in the middle of the night and pulled out your sketch pad and thought, well, I wonder if there's another way to skin this cat and do some different drawings.
Yeah, we did look. First of all, there was never a real comment about the curvilinear forms at the early on. Later in the process, I'd say probably in the past 6 months, there were some discussions about the curvilinear forms. But these forms were generated as part of the original architectural concept, as you see up here in the rendering. One of the things that we did early on, though, is we looked at different shapes, different forms, to draw reference to the character-defining features of the landmark building. We looked at different angles, which was in conflict with the landmark building. We looked at a box, which when we sat down with planning staff, they felt like that was also in conflict and also too massive. So what we started to do is we started to break down building forms to respond to the unique character of the landmark building and the geometric shapes. For example, the free form of the new building references the angular geometry of the landmark building scale and proportion. So you can see if we superimpose the geometry of the landmark building, which is rectilinear, on top of the new building, we've softened up those angles with curves which begin to provide a free form around the landmark building without creating any false sense of historicism. So when we started to look at that, after we looked at angles and boxes, we felt like this is the way to go, and we got support from planning. We also got support from the neighborhood groups. When we went in front of you for the development agreement, the concept was very clear. It has not changed other than refined and developed as we went through the JDRB.
All right, and then I'm going to ask you a trick question.
Okay, I'll see if I can
So,
handle it.
Certainly the original design has been, I think we all agree, greatly enhanced by the JDRB process. I
It
think
has.
the Paseo is better. Getting rid of the podium in the new building has made a big difference. The east elevation is superior. Wouldn't you agree with all that?
I do.
I mean, you did the work. Of
Yeah.
course you would, yes. But wouldn't that, this is the tricky part, wouldn't that argue for the possibility that a bit more review might make the building even better?
No, I don't.
So
That- was
I
that
knew
the
you were,
trick
that
part
was
of the
the trick
question?
question.
Okay. We've been to 3 JDRB meetings as staff, and Mr. Kutcher has mentioned, and I've responded to, I would say, probably every single comment that I received from the JDRB. I sat back, reworked it, re-engineered the building, and part of the reason why it took 1 year between the second meeting and the third meeting is when they asked us to reconfigure the back elevation. I had to go back to my engineer, also the guest rooms, which impacts the elevator towers, which impacts the parking garage. All that design, I had to redesign the interior redone, and had to make sure it still works in terms of seismic, structurally, architecturally, before I came back and presented it back to the ARB. The comments I received have been spectacular from the JDRB, but I have also found that we've gotten to the point where I'm getting conflicting comments. I'm also getting comments that that really are different than the direction I've received in the past, and I feel that we've reached to a point where the process has worked beautifully, and it's time for the project to move on.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Councilmember Glean, well, I think there's another question for you.
Mr. Lax, come back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
So we had staff distilled the JDRB preservation architect. So one of the comments was lack of clear architectural concept.
Okay.
I don't know what that concerns into 3 things, and I wanted to go over them with you, and then I have what may be a question other than maybe I don't like your architecture and I want you to scrape it and start over. So I'm curious, to you as the architect on the project, when you hear someone say that, what do you think they mean?
Well,
if you have an idea. I mean, if you don't have an idea, that's okay too. I'm just curious.
well, first of all, clear architectural concept, I think it goes back to when we were not allowed to go to the Architectural Review Board during the concept phase as a float-up, because at that time float-ups were not really observed or recommended. And 1 or 2 members of the JDRB, not so much the members of the Landmarks Commissions, but the members on the ARB side basically felt that we really wanted to see this in concept. So they never had the opportunity to really see what my concept was. And my concept is up here on the screen. I did share them with it. I'll share the concept with them during the meetings. But during those early stages of the JDRB meetings, it was not really so much of an issue as it was by the 3rd meeting at the JDRB, where they had shared architectural concept, except for 1 ARB member, and that member would not meet with us, would not talk about it, and really could not express also too what she meant by concept.
And so the second issue was the unresolved bridge connection details. What kind of feedback did you get from the JDRB on that?
Okay. The first meeting, the bridge, was the bridge is too heavy. It doesn't really meet the Secretary of Interior standards. Can you go ahead and lighten it up? So we went ahead and we lightened up the bridge for the second meeting, went back to my structural engineer, asked him to thin the bridge up as much as possible. We did that. That bridge is about 18 inches deep. We brought it back to the second JDRB meeting. There was no comment. At the third JDRB meeting, the comment was, the bridge is too thin. Can you heavy it up?
So, and am I right that there were different people on the JDRB between the first and the third meetings?
Yes, there was a change of membership and they all had different comments. So after I spent a significant amount of time working on the changes, when I came back, there are new members which had different comments. And that's what then triggered more comments to go back. So there was revolving comments as we went through the process. But I got to tell you that the comments I received, I have responded. I've been extremely responsive to.
And then the last issue, just because for completeness sake, I'm
Sure.
a complete freak. Perceived mass of the east elevation. Obviously, in just looking at the drawings, the difference between what was on the table when the development agreement was approved and where it is now, it's significantly different.
Yes.
Do you have some sense of what it is the JDRB is looking for in addition to what you've already done?
Well, I think in terms of my response, I think that can explain it. So I'll walk you through these 5 responses because this is what they were looking for, and I did respond. Number 1, the added curves walls to reflect the same level of detail on the west elevation on 7th Street. So they wanted to introduce more architectural form along the alley elevation, and that was also a city council comment pay particular attention to during the DA process. Second one, reconfigure 5 independent structures of similar proportions and architectural form similar to the west elevation. So in other words, as you saw on the DA elevation, when the DA was approved in April 10, 2012, it was more linear. So we broke it up to help to break up the perceived massing and the linear form, as you can see that we did here in response. That was also one of their comments as well too, and it was a very good comment, and that was my response. Number 3, remove podium and connect independent structures to the ground to diminish perceived length and building mass along the alley. We had a long podium that was 350 feet long. The comment from council during the DA was see what you can do about reducing that perceived mass. At the same time, that was the comment also we received from the JDRB. We removed the podium and brought the towers and the building down to the ground, which helps. And this is where we need to put the rooms to make the building, of course, to get the right number of rooms in. Next. And 4, provided a 12-foot wide break along the building facade to create light, air, and visual relief of scale and length. So you can see it's not a brick wall, as I think we heard a few minutes ago. It's not a blank wall. We have broken up the building. We removed rooms to bring in light and air to the alley. We've also met with the Boys and Girls Club, and we've worked with them. They're right across the alley to make sure they're satisfied with this elevation. They have shared with us, and I think they also shared with you in a letter, that they are happy with this elevation as well. And added balcony depth and building articulation. So we started to play with the building exterior to help to break it up so, again, it wouldn't be so repetitive. And that was another comment we received. That was their concern, and we responded to it accordingly. And then we have a color consultant here. He's here tonight if you have any questions. We introduced different colors along the back elevation. Not to mention, we also have our landscape architect here. We introduced a significant more landscaping along the back alley to soften up this elevation.
Okay, great, thank you. And then I'm not sure who the right person to answer this question is, but the JDRB did give you a certificate of appropriateness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So, and maybe Mr. Kutcher, you could help me out on this a little bit. So this is, I'm sort of struggling with. That is, in the sense of certification, that the new building meets the Secretary of Interior standards in terms of how it relates to the landmark. Is that correct? Or I'm probably saying that poorly. So can you tell me what that means?
Yeah, I think in this instance, it is the lines blur. In general, I think that and I'm sure your city attorney's office will have a comment on this as well. But I think in general, the focus of the certificate of appropriateness was on the landmark structure itself. But of course, it doesn't sit there in an island. It's connected with the new construction, and part of the findings that were made, that were expressly made in the approval of that certificate of appropriateness, was the compatibility of the new construction with that building. And so I think that there's not a clear distinction about the landmark building and the new construction, just like this project is as a whole. The certificate of appropriateness covered both.
And the certificate of appropriateness assumed there would be that bridge that we've been talking about between the landmark building and the new construction. Is that correct?
Yes, it did, and it also included a comment that the bridge was resolved. And then it was not resolved in the finding of denial.
All right, great. Thank you.
And if I could mention one other thing, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Just to dovetail on the last comment about the east elevation, I think the one specific comment that was raised in the third JDRB hearing that was not addressed by us, but was, again, cause for further concern, was a suggestion by one member of the JDRB that the 25-foot or the 12-foot gap should become a 24-foot gap, and we should take out another 5 rooms.
And the 12-foot gap is what caused you to lose the 15 rooms from the original count. Is that
It was about 4 or 5 rooms.
But there have been other places where you've lost
There's
rooms.
been other changes, including suites, as Councilmember Hemmelrich indicated.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I see no other questions in the queue. Yes. As mentioned now, is there any other questions of staff, though? Okay, we have Councilmember Sue Hemmerich.
So I wonder if Steve Traeger, our staff architect, can... Hi, Steve.
Hello.
I've spent many hours with Steve at the ARB. So did you staff the JD ARB?
I did indeed.
So was it your impression that at the third hearing that progress was being made?
Yes, I would say at every meeting progress was made.
And would it be your recommendation that we just approve it as is, or do you think it could use further refinement? I don't want to put you on the spot. But.
Okay, I think buildings too late.
But he's our architect, right?
I think buildings could always be further refined. If you were to entertain remanding it back to the JDRB, I would suggest that you remand it back with very specific direction.
And without prejudice? When you say, so if we remanded it without prejudice, you think further progress could be made?
Well, I think the prejudice comes into play if you're going to deny it.
No, I think that, deny without prejudice. So then they would come back with this design as we are now and tweak it.
Correct. If you're to remand it back to the JDRB, you're in a sense continuing it and continuing the JDRB's work.
And how much longer do you think it would take to get this through?
That's really difficult to speculate. It depends on the comments offered and how substantively the applicant team responds to them. I do think the JDRB will approve a project, though.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Thank you.
Thank you.
We have, I guess now we have Councilmember Kevin McEwen.
Yeah, I'd like to begin discussion, and because half of the testimony we heard was about jobs, I want to point out the history of this project in that respect. And Council, here is a curious factoid. Not one of us voted for this development agreement. Okay? 3 of you weren't here yet. Councilmember O'Day, Councilmember Davis, and I voted against it because at the time we wanted better jobs with better pay. We held out for $15 an hour, and the rest of the council, 4-3, overrode us and passed the project with a $12.50 an hour a wage. Now that is now moot. It's off the table, but it's just kind of a curious thing because it means the massing of the building, which we heard about from one member of the public, is set by the development agreement, which did pass. A development agreement is an ordinance, so that's the law of the land, and we can't change that tonight. We're sitting in the role of the design board. So what's before us is the design of the building. And we had deliberately, in that development agreement, assigned the design issues to ARB and Landmarks members who have specific expertise, which no insult, but we just don't have. They have something we don't in this field. Now, before I saw the final renderings, which I just saw this week, I had told staff, yeah, we're ready to go with this project. It's been years. We should get this built. Now, however, having seen the renderings, I'm finding myself a bit baffled by the staff recommendation. And I find myself agreeing with the JRDB, or JDRB. This project isn't quite there yet. Now, this building's in a crucial location. It's next to a valued landmark. this project shouldn't look okay. This project should look great. And to those who want the new jobs faster, I mean, I apologize. I've always told you I will fight for jobs, but I won't approve a bad building to get good jobs. Now, this is not a bad building, I'm sorry. It can't be a bad building. It's not built yet. We've seen renderings. Was it Jessica Rabbit who said, "I'm not bad, I'm just drawn that way"? And even the renderings, it's not bad. It's just, it's not great in a place where I think we need and deserve great. And I know that in Santa Monica we can do better. Our staff has told us now that our new goal is great placemaking and superior design. And I agree with the JDRB that at least at this point, this still falls short of that goal that we've set for ourselves. So I'm going to move that we deny the appeal without prejudice and remand this back to the JDRB for further work.
So we have a motion on the floor to deny it, and it's been seconded by Sue, without prejudice, I'm sorry. And then it's been seconded by Councilmember Sue Hemmerich. We have Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter and Councilmember Glenn Davis. Are you prepared to speak on the motion, or did you have other questions or discussion?
I'm prepared to speak on the motion.
You're up.
So, I mean, this is a real conundrum for us. I think first of all, we have to acknowledge that this is not our area of, that we have a great deal of expertise in. This is a bit like asking some coal miners to redesign the Paeta. So we're going to have to struggle with this. My reaction is, obviously, to me, the thing that I think has come out in the discussion some, but not a whole lot, is the real asset to this project is the preservation of the historic building and the capital they're prepared to invest in maintaining a building that's in dire need of some investment. And so it makes it very tempting to say, yes, let's go forward this, along with the good jobs to be created and all the other benefits. But at the same time, the project has become significantly better through the review process. I understand there's been some sort of impasse, and that the applicants heard different messages and things like that, and is sort of prepared to throw up their hands. And I also understand it's taken an inordinately long amount of time. So I think it's not a surprise that, based on some of my questions, that I would support sending it back, denying the appeal without prejudice, provided that we put in place some sort of, not necessarily date certain, but some assurances that in successive meetings that the JDRB had to give explicit consensus direction on what they wanted, and that, that it didn't go on in perpetuity. I think they deserve to have an answer one way or another in a very short period of time. So if the maker and the seconder of the motion, the maker being in discussion, would entertain two friendly amendments, one of which is that we ask the JDRB, when their next however meetings on this project, to come to a consensus, or at least a majority vote, on exactly what changes they're looking for in the project, so that the applicant has specific direction, because we've heard a bit that there's been some confusing signals sent.
I think it's hard to order a body to reach a decision of that nature. I'm certainly willing to provide
I think
unlimited
we can provide
coffee.
that direction, yes.
Direction.
I think, would you be willing to say that would be the request or the direction of the council, is that they endeavor to do their best to come up with
It can be a very
specific
strong
list.
request as long as it's not a
Yes.
mandated requirement.
Yeah. And then how would you feel about
Yes.
putting some sort of time limit or limit on the number of meetings so that we get this done expeditiously?
I'd be more comfortable with a time limit in terms of a number of months than a number of meetings, because that would allow the JDRB to decide whether they needed to meet
Yeah.
more often or fewer
So
meetings. of
what do you
longer
think would be
duration.
reasonable? You think 6 months would be reasonable?
I would think they could come back. I'd be happy to make that a condition of the motion, 6 months, and a request that they give the clearest possible direction to the applicant as soon as possible.
All right, and then I will be supporting the motion.
So those are amendments that
Is
are
there
in front of the seconder. They are.
Second. Councilmember Glenn Davis.
You all are more optimistic than I am, I guess, because my sense is that in looking at the comments that came out of the JDRB, this wasn't a situation where there were three very specific things and it was just if we'd had one more or two more meetings, we would have been able to solve it. When I hear comments like, well, there's no clear design concept, I don't even know what that means. I mean, I'm not an architect, and I'm willing to concede that, but that could mean everything from I want the window on the 6th floor taken out to scrap the whole thing and start all over again. And you're not going to do that in 6 months. The second issue I have is, and the bridge is a perfect example, make it lighter, make it heavier, depending on who shows up at the meetings or who's on the board at the time, because there's been some change in membership. It seems we are a little bit at the point where tinkering is going beyond, this is something we can all agree on, taking this little corner out of the building or something. This is really conflicting direction, and I don't know, putting the burden in a sense on the applicant to say, well, take these conflicting directions and try and figure out what this body wants, I think is problematic. And I think the issue here is maybe highlighted, in some of the letters we got from people who are in support of us supporting the project, which is, this sounded like a good idea at the time, and maybe it wasn't such a good idea, because you do have landmarks commissioners who believe that this is an essential element of preserving the landmark and that the new building complements the landmark. And then you have ARB members who are probably more focused, in all honesty, on the new building as opposed to the landmarked building, because of course the landmark building is already built and exists. So they're focused on the architecture separate and apart perhaps from the landmark building, while the landmarks commissioners are focused on how do the two interact. And maybe that's, a fundamental problem with a body like this, is they are coming at it from such different perspectives. If I thought that sending it back to the JDRB, and I also want to clearly state that there's no doubt that from the beginning of the JDRB process to where we are tonight, the building, I think, has gotten significantly better. The east elevation is much more broken up. It's certainly, for a facade that borders on an alley, is much better than many of the buildings we've approved in the past. And I know we're not architects, but unfortunately this is our job. I mean, people sit on planning commission and make decisions about buildings, and there aren't any, well, now there is with Mr. Fonda Bernardi, but for a long time there weren't any architects on the planning commission. Whether we like it or not, in the public realm, non-architects frequently make decisions about architecture. And we can argue about whether that's a good thing or a bad thing on a different day. But if I thought sending this back to the JDRB and saying, come back to us in 6 months and have a consensus, and the applicant will know exactly what it is you want and they'll be able to respond to that, yeah, I would do that, although I am a little concerned about the funding issues that Mr. Kutcher raised, but I don't think they're going to do that. I mean, the impression I get is that the JDRB is not anywhere near consensus. Yeah, it's a 5-2 vote, but it was a 5-2 vote against, and the question is, how do you flip that? And I didn't get the sense from the conversations we had with various people who were and were not there that somehow it's going to be easy to get to that consensus. And so I'm concerned, as I said, that we're going to put the applicant back on the hamster wheel. And that leads to my final concern, which is, this is, putting aside the architecture for a second, this is conceptually what we want to do. We want to preserve existing buildings and repurpose them. If we make that process so incredibly difficult, or we take so long that they lose their funding, then no one's going to ever do this again. And that's not to say that we should accept a mediocre building. If this were a mediocre building, I'd say, let's not accept it. But certainly the testimony, the impression I got tonight was that people's comments about liking it or not liking it were pure taste comments. They weren't, if you just did this, the fenestration here isn't right or something like that. It was, I don't like that, or I do like that. And I think that's almost where we are now. It's just a matter of taste. And, for better or for worse, we get to be the arbiters of that. But my concern is, if the message we're going to send to people who want to repurpose landmark buildings is be prepared to spend years going to meetings and getting conflicting directions, and hopefully somewhere at the end, council will get it together to put a 6-month time limit on that may or may not get met, people are going to say, you know what, not interested. And then what we're going to have is a situation where we're going to have lovely buildings in the city that are not being used in a purposeful manner, we won't have adaptive reuse. So if I thought there were problems with this building, then I would say, and by the way, I'm not supporting the motion, but I think the people who are supporting the motion should make specific comments about what it is they want the JDRB to look at. But the problem is if you don't make those comments, you send them back to square one. And that's my concern, is that this just becomes an endless hamster wheel. I think Mr. Lax has done an incredible job responding to the comments of the JDRB. I think the JDRB has done an incredible job of making this building significantly better. And I think it's at the point where this is not just a quote unquote good enough building. I think this is a very good building. I think it'll be an asset to our community. And so I'll be opposing the motion.
Councilor Terry O'Day.
Thanks. As we heard, I mean, there's been a lot of hearings. As Councilmember Davis said, it has gotten better. A lot of the testimony acknowledged that, and I'm impressed with where it has come, and specifically what the JDRB and the applicant team have been able to do together. But what I heard clearly is that coming out of this last meeting, neither the appellant knows what to do with a lack of direction or conflicting direction that has come about, and that the staff didn't know what to do either. If the staff had known, then we would have seen that in the staff report, and the recommendation would be to go back to and do what the JDRB had requested. That's not what we heard in the staff report. What we heard is that there are 3 open issues, but no meaningful direction as to which way to take those issues. And, you know, I hear, too, from my colleagues here that we're not experts as architects or designers. I couldn't tell you whether the terrazzo floor was blue enough or gray enough, to be honest with you. But what we are is experts at public decision-making, and I think it's our responsibility to be specific in guiding this process and to be the guardians of the process. You know, one of the things that troubled me in the testimony was that lack of consistency in the membership of the JDRB meetings, and that contributing to this difficulty in understanding exactly what the JDRB is after. And look, it happens. You know, we're all volunteers here. We're doing our best. It's no fault of anyone, but it's our responsibility in the end to make decisions and resolve these conflicts, and I think I'd like to see us do that tonight. And I'm not supporting the motion as a result of that. We need to be quite specific and send our staff and our commission and board and the appellant away with a decision that takes this project forward, and I'm not sure the motion does that.
Before we move into our second round here, and I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilor Sue.
I just asked a lot of questions, but I haven't had a first round. So I'll be supporting the motion. I actually have some ideas based on the September 28, 2015 Joint Design Review Board Statement of Official Action about what we could focus on with the JDRB. But I've spent a lot of time in the ARB. When I was on the Planning Commission, I used to go almost every month, and I do think that they give people a lot of constructive guidance about, the ARB does, about how to make a project better, and I have seen projects get immeasurably better in front of the ARB. And I think that there are some pretty specific comments in their September 28, 2015 denial, which it sounds like, and as I think someone said, it is not, as the ARB member said, it's not unusual for projects to come 4 or 5. I've seen signs there 4 or 5 times. So, I mean, they are picky, but it's because they know things we don't know. Sometimes I know what they're talking about, sometimes I don't, but it always turns out better the next time. And I do think that they know their job, and I don't think we know their job, and I think we are a decision-making body, and it's our responsibility to pick good people for boards and commissions who know what they're doing and support them when they do what they're supposed to do. And I will be supporting the motion, and I think that there are some very concrete suggestions in what I guess is it must be 6AD, it must be Exhibit A to the staff report, so which is the statement of official action. Oh, sorry. That would be Exhibit D. And if you want me to put it in the record, I can, but I know everybody else here can read it as well as I can. But I think that we can ask them to focus on these specific areas, and the 6 months is, I think, good. I wonder if, I think they can do it in 6 months. I've seen them do it, so that's why I'll be supporting the motion.
Before we go to the second round, I just, as I'm listening to the comments here, it looks like I'm stuck in the middle here. So, and I'm kind of torn on this issue. And I guess one of the issues that I have, I guess, for the maker of the motion is, as we put this drop, I don't know if it's a drop date, but suggestion that it happens within 6 months. What happens after 6 months?
Well, 6 months at 6 months, if they don't have some resolution and approval, they'd have to come back to us on another appeal.
Comes back to us.
But that would not be the intent of our doing this. The intent would be to get this resolved by that joint design review board.
And I guess maybe then a question I have of my colleagues here is that after 6 months, let's say it comes back to us on appeal, are we all prepared to move forward at that point?
We'd have to.
No, I'm saying, but we're not going to punt it back to them. I guess I'm kind of getting to the question that Councilor Gleam Davis mentioned, is that I'm a little frustrated that I don't want this thing to just, these folks have been struggling with this thing for some time. And if it just means that we're stalling it out for 6 months and it comes back to us and then we punt it back to them again, is that something that you see happen?
Our community will be living with this building for decades.
No, I hear you.
That justifies 6 months to me.
Yeah, and
I agree.
I'd like to jump in if I might, Mayor. I mean,
Yes.
I think it wouldn't be appropriate to say now that, they can't get it done within 6 months to indicate how we would vote. Because A, we wouldn't know where the project is. B, that might reduce any incentive there is for the two bodies to work together. So I just don't think we should go into that territory.
I'm sorry, are you making clear how it would come back to you in 6 months?
It was more of a process question, I guess is what I was asking.
Were you contemplating that there would be another appeal? Were you contemplating that would
Possible.
be automatic?
Not automatic, not at all. No, if they get approval at the JDRB, they got their approval.
And I'm not trying to argue, I'm trying to understand what the 6 month limit means.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, my question. If they don't get approval in 6 months, do they have a right to come back to us on appeal, or do they just not have an appeal?
I wonder if the planning director has a suggestion about process.
Yeah, that's what we were wondering too in terms of the motion. So what would be the trigger that would bring it back before the council if they went through the process and exhausted the 6 months and there was no resolution? Then it could be appealed back to council.
That is correct.
Right. So
that
as
was my
opposed to
question.
it automatically coming back to council if they didn't resolve it. So it would need to be appealed back to you.
That was really more of my question, and I understand the concern of Mayor Pro Tem Winter, and I didn't want to put my colleagues on the position that they had to take a vote today of what would happen in 6 months. I was just more interested in the process, and I think you answered my question. I guess we have Councilmember Kevin McEwen.
So I just want to make a procedural observation about tonight, not 6 months from now, but tonight. At this point, it's clear we have 3 votes for the motion. There are 6 of us on the dais. If we split 3-3, that has the effect of a technical denial of the appeal, which would, I believe, be with prejudice by default. So those of you who want this project to go forward, we all actually wanted to go forward. Some of us just wanted to go forward looking better. I would argue that it is better for you to support the motion and get it denied without prejudice and coming back to the JRB than to allow a technical denial which would stop the project entirely. So I'm just hoping we don't spend all night going around in a circle when I think it's pretty obvious where this is going to go.
Could I speak to that directly?
Yes, go ahead,
So,
Councilor
another way
Terry
to
O'Day.
look at that is that while we may not all be experts, admittedly, here, there is at least one of us who has some expertise in this field in historic preservation who's not with us tonight, who could be our seventh vote to decide, which way to move this forward. We could continue tonight's discussion until next week and conclude next week. If we're at 3-3, yeah.
That's a good question.
Well, I don't know that we're at 3-3. I was just cautioning that 3-3 would be rather unproductive for both sets of three.
Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter, are you still on the queue?
That's right, that's me. So I just wanted to comment on what I heard from some of my colleagues who are opposed to the motion. That first of all is that this will discourage other landmark projects. I think that we've learned our lesson about this process, and it seemed like a great concept at the time. It's probably not one we want to pursue in the future, so I'd hope that we have other projects that combine new and new construction at landmarks. We think about a different way of going about the design review process. And then in terms of, I still feel that the project has gotten better through that review process. I understand the concerns that the board has changed and there's been different feedback and it's taken a long time, but that's why I supported the motion once we put in a time frame. And given when you put in that time frame, you have reasonable assurance that you'll have the same body reviewing it each time within that time frame.
Councilor Gleam Davis.
Well, two things, and the first one is, if we are deadlocked at 3-3, I think the notion that some of us the people who disagree with the maker of the motion should change their vote. Maybe the maker of the motion should change his vote. I think what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander here. I think it's a matter of opinion as to whether or not this building is in a shape to be approved. I personally think it is. But I do agree with Councilmember O'Day that if we are finding ourselves deadlocked at 3-3, we do have someone who, lo and behold, does have expertise on this issue, and I'm sure would be willing to review the public testimony and the comments at this meeting and perhaps be able to break the deadlock one way or the other.
Councilmember Kevin McHugh.
As the maker of the motion on the floor, I'm going to suggest that we go to a vote and see if we do have a deadlock. If we have 4 votes for the motion, we're done tonight.
If we have a formal vote and it's a 3-3, then it's a technical denial. So maybe we want to do a straw poll before we actually vote on your motion. I think we're looking to see what Mayor Vasquez.
The city attorney may want to weigh in here, but I think you have the opportunity to make another motion, and the motion could be, if the motion fails by a deadlock, you could make another motion. The motion might be to continue it. The motion might be to approve it on some other conditions. It might be to disapprove it under some other conditions. But if a motion fails, that isn't the end of it. It's if you can't come up with any motions tonight, then maybe you might find yourself in the situation that
why don't you do a straw vote? I'm worried about the technical denial. Our technical denial rule is kind of harsh here, and that might be something to think about in the future. But aren't you all just wondering how the mayor's going to vote? Isn't that what's happening?
Thank you.
Your Honor.
That's what comes with the territory. Actually for me, like I said, I'm really torn on both sides of this issue, and not having participated in this original, actually kind of massive project that was approved way back when, I really feel for some of the residents that did come up and had concerns about the size of the project. But saying that, this thing was approved and now moving forward, I'd like to err on the side of those residents that did have a concern about given the opportunity to go back to ARB and this Joint Powers board to see if they couldn't design or improve the design of this building. So I would be supporting the motion, even though for me it's still kind of a difficult one because not being an architect myself or having that expertise, it's kind of difficult to put us actually all of my colleagues are in that kind of a predicament. But at the end of the day, but my question, that's why I was asking about the process. Then after 6 months, I really hate to see this thing get dragged out any more than that. But at the same time, I think, and even in talking to our staff in the testimony earlier, when they mentioned that it always seems to come back with a better design, I'm going to lean on that and go forward with the motion. So should we have the city clerk call the roll call?
Sure. Okay, so this motion is to deny without prejudice, and to include, there's some other
It's
things.
deny without prejudice, remand back to the
Remand
Joint
back.
Review Design Board
And then
to
there's-
set a 6-month limit and to
6-month
give
limit.
direction to the board to make every effort to, as promptly as possible, give clear direction to the applicant.
And there were some specifics.
And then Councilman Schumer mentioned exhibit, I guess,
Exhibit
D.
Okay.
And can I just clarify, what is the 6-month limit for? Do they have to come to a decision within 6 months? Do they just have to meet within 6 months? What is the 6-month limit for? Just
They so have I'm to clear. approve it within 6 months.
Well, they don't have to approve it.
They have to
to decide.
make a decision. One way or the other.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
No.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
No.
And Mayor Vasquez?
Yes.
Okay, so that's...
So that gets approved as actually it's a 4-2.
Correct.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 7A.
Item 7A is introduction and first reading of an ordinance adopting development agreement 12-011 to allow a 5-story, 77,758 square foot mixed-use project consisting of 90 residential units, 10,617 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and 168 parking spaces within a 2-level subterranean parking garage at 1601 Lincoln Boulevard. And you have 5 requests to speak.
Yes.
And I have disclosures again.
And there's some disclosures here. We'll start with Councilmember Sue Hemmerich.
And so I met last Wednesday for about an hour and a half with counsel for the applicant, Dave Rand, discussing aspects of the project, including affordable housing, what happened in the Planning Commission, how they were going to mitigate the additional water that was being used by the building, and whether they could turn the loft, 1 bedrooms or whatever, on the first floor into artist studios. When I say on the first floor, on the Colorado side of the building, so that those studios could do what they've done at the related project across the street and be live work studios and activate the sidewalk on the street facade.
Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter.
I met with yesterday afternoon over coffee with Michael Shorsinski, who's from the development team, and Kevin, who's sitting right there. His last name I can't remember right now. And I had a few questions for them about the project. They provided me some information about the project.
Anybody else? Hearing none, then we'll. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Tyler Day.
Thursday, I met with the applicant for about 40 minutes. I also talked with my kids who want Joanne's back next door.
I guess we'll go ahead and move with the staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members, and congratulations are in order for the 2 installations. Congratulations to both Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Ariel Sakaris. I'm with the City Planning Division, and the item I'm presenting to you tonight is a development agreement for a 5-story, 90-unit mixed-use project at 1601 Lincoln Boulevard. It's located on the southeast corner of Lincoln and Colorado. It measures total 33,334 square feet in size and is the former site of the Norm's Diner. Diagonally across the intersection is the Denny's restaurant site, where City Council recently approved a development agreement for a 5-story mixed-use project consisting of 100 units. And also, as we all know, the Expo line route runs along Colorado Avenue adjacent to the site, with the line's terminus less than a half mile away to the west. The site is split between the mixed-use boulevard and the mixed-use boulevard low zoning and loose designations, and also the mixed-use boulevard portion of the site is within the downtown specific plan area. Inclusion of the rear portion of the site into the downtown specific plan area is being contemplated as part of the preparation of the plan. As a development agreement, the project does not need to comply with the zoning ordinance. However, it does need to be consistent with the general plan. And with this in mind and the fact of the split district designations that I just pointed out, it's worth noting that staff's review of the project consisted of analyzing the development as one development site within the downtown specific plan area with respect to certain standards such as building design, sidewalk width, parking, and building frontage requirements. And that was to achieve a unified, more integrated project design. However, any applicable loose standards such as building height and FAR were held in higher priority to ensure consistency with the general plan. This Colorado Avenue elevation here shows the demarcation between the district designations. The east building to the left is 47 feet high with a FAR of 1.95. The west building to the right measures 57 feet in height with an FAR of 2.63. As shown in red, each each component of the project complies with its respective loose standards. As one overall site, the project is just under 78,000 square feet in floor area with an overall FAR of 2.34. The 90 residential units consist of 17 studio units, 46 one-bedroom units, 18 two-bedroom units, and 9 three-bedroom units for an average bedroom factor of 1.21. Off-street parking for the project is provided in 2 levels of a subterranean garage with 168 spaces. There are also 161 bicycle parking spaces that are made up of 24 short-term spaces spread out through the site at grade, as well as 137 long-term spaces, as well as shower and locker room facilities in the subterranean garage. This is a rendering showing the Lincoln Boulevard elevation and the building's contemporary design with cantilevered upper floors, as well as the prominent building feature here at the corner, which sits atop a 1,200 square foot ground floor plaza public open space. The commercial ground floor wraps around the west building frontage along Colorado Avenue, and the ground floor of the east building consists of 1-bedroom loft-style residential apartments, residential units. The 2 buildings are separated by a driveway shown here that leads to the subterranean parking garage. There's a roof deck atop the east building that is proposed, as well as open pedestrian bridges along the upper floors to provide access between the 2 buildings, and those bridges are set back approximately 42 feet from the curb line. The ground floor plan shown here shows the 20-foot wide sidewalks, which is consistent with the draft downtown specific plan. And the ground floor commercial area, also shaded here, provides access opportunities from both street frontages as well as both edges of the outdoor plaza. The outdoor plaza rendering here shows that it's designed as a public open space with outdoor dining opportunities, as well as offering private secured residential access within the area. Vehicular access is off of Colorado Avenue, as I mentioned. It's hard to see in the projection behind some of the council members, but is in the center here in the yellowish green shade. The driveway area leading to the subterranean garage is where the residential lobby entrance is located. And the driveway itself is improved with circulation paths, landscaping, and bicycle racks. Due to the location of the Expo line, only right turns in and out are feasible out of the project site. There are residential units throughout the upper floors of both buildings, as well as a residential courtyard area on the second floor. of the west building that includes a lap pool, barbecues, cabana, and seating areas. This rendering here shows a view from the south of the courtyard, and it also highlights the south-facing single-loaded corridors along the upper floors for light and ventilation into the project. This roof deck plan shows the residential units on the 5th floor of the west building, as well as the roof deck area for the east building, highlighted here in red. And it provides similar amenities to the 2nd floor courtyard that are provided in the west building. As proposed, the project meets the open space requirements of the draft downtown specific plan. This illustration here shows the anticipated extent of solar canopy coverage on the roof, which is 22%. And this is after taking into consideration the required building infrastructure, such as mechanical equipment and required safety and access areas to access the equipment. The project was presented to the Planning Commission as a float up in 2014. That design is shown in the upper right of this slide. And it was also presented to the Planning Commission for its formal consideration on September 16th of this year. The Planning Commission supported the project with a number of recommended conditions. The recommendations shown on this slide are recommendations that have been agreed to by the developer and are included as part of the development agreement presented to you tonight. The first being there's an increase in the number of EV charging stations from 10% to 20% for an overall total of 34 spaces in the garage. One of the 2-bedroom affordable units at very low income would be changing from a 2-bedroom to 3-bedroom unit at very low income. The Planning Commission also asked that the ARB pay particular attention to the ground floor frontage of the east building where the residential units are located to ensure quality pedestrian-oriented design along that street frontage, as well as to look at the design of the roof deck and the pedestrian bridges connecting the building to consider and look at the horizontal expansiveness of the entire elevation. There are also protections included in the Planning Commission's recommendation for any discovery of cultural resources, use of furniture on the balconies, and the prohibition of any reduction in the widening of the sidewalk. The recommendations from the Planning Commission that are not fully included in tonight's proposal to you include the first, to modify the development agreement language to require that at least 50% of the roof area to be covered by solar panels. The way the development agreement is currently worded, it requires panels on the roof to achieve reasonable maximum coverage on the roof, as opposed to a specific percentage of at least 50%. The reasoning behind this is twofold. One, of course, is to maximize the coverage on the roof, and the second being to account for the unknown size of roof area that's going to need to be committed to the infrastructure that I just pointed out, and rather than tying them to a number that could potentially not be achievable, it's relegated to having them show what the maximum extent could be while complying with all the minimum roof coverage requirements. The Planning Commission also asked for the developer to consider providing long-term bike storage at grade and moving it from the subterranean garage to a location at grade. And as proposed, again, the long-term bike parking is located in a typical location for this type of project. It is in the subterranean garage. The locations are convenient and accessible to the users. They're close to the lockers and they're close to the showers. And additionally, as you would expect with a project like this, the ground floor space is fully occupied with the proposed commercial spaces, the necessary infrastructure space, loading and other utility and service requirements, that the addition of bike storage on the ground floor as well would just further detract from the active design of the ground floor. Moving on, the Planning Commission recommended that private storage spaces should be provided for the residential units that are under 800 square feet in size. There are 63 of the 90 units are under 800 square feet in size. Staff discussed this with the developer to better understand what would be involved in providing this type of amenity. And the developer stated that in this type of project, the storage space would normally would normally be provided within the subterranean parking garage, and it would normally be provided to tenants at a separate charge, giving them the option to use them or not if they see fit. And in this case, again, given the project design, the garage is quite fully occupied with car parking, bike parking, showers, lockers, and the other building infrastructure. So it would just make the utilization or the placement of these spaces impractical and difficult, and also the unknowing of the usability of these spaces, of whether or not tenants would choose or decide to ultimately pay the extra cost for these storage spaces. And lastly, there was a recommendation from the Planning Commission to provide an additional 2-bedroom unit affordable to very low-income households. This would increase the number of affordable units from 18 to 19 and from 20% of the overall unit count to 21%. Currently the proposed affordable units are 1 to 3 bedroom in size, and they are all very low to low income affordability level. None of the currently proposed units are studios or moderate income. So the developer has proposed has agreed to provide this additional unit, but has proposed that this additional unit be a studio at moderate income level. And staff is in agreement with this, and it also helps the city in achieving its RHNA obligations, since many of the affordable units that have been coming online lately are affordable to the 50% and 80% income levels. So looking at the community benefits that have been negotiated as part of the development agreement package, the applicant has agreed or is proposing to provide affordable units 11% above the minimum required, which would put them at 21% with an overall affordable unit count of 19 units. And as you can see here, there's a breakdown of the affordability as well as the unit sizes. The average bedroom factor for the proposed 19 units would be 1.32, which exceeds the 1.21 of the overall project. Also enhanced fees, 35% above the baseline fees, as is typical with other recent development projects that have been approved, are part of the community benefits package, which you can see here, and they total upwards of just under $2 million. There are also expanded sidewalks, outdoor public space, outdoor seating, and there are contributions proposed for stormwater runoff and water conservation programs. The project will be achieving a LEED Platinum certification. And as I mentioned, there'll be solar panels to maximize available roof area, and the solar panels will provide power to the common building areas as well as heating the pool. Non-potable water will be used to water the exterior landscaping, and interior water usage will be a 30% reduction below Cal Green baseline standards, all standards that have been implemented in recent development agreements. There's a proposed TDM plan, which includes many of the typical trip reduction measures, bicycle parking requirements, transportation allowances, unbundled parking, as well as AVR targets. There will be 15 parking spaces within the garage that would be allocated for use by the city potentially in the future, and the standard local hiring provisions that are included in the benefits package. A value enhancement analysis was prepared by Kaiser Marston and Associates, which shows that the enhancement to the property as a result of the Tier 3 increase is $4.91 million, and that the cost to the city on an annual basis related to the project would be $6,000 annually. So lastly, in looking at how the project falls in place or relates to LUCE, the zoning ordinance, and the downtown specific plan, as I mentioned, the project is entirely consistent with LUCE. With respect to the zoning ordinance, it also mentioned previously, does not meet, or it exceeds the building height and the FAR requirements, and it also exceeds the build to line requirement of the zoning ordinance and the downtown specific plan, but this is necessary along the Lincoln Boulevard frontage to accommodate the ground floor open space level at the corner of the site. Staff has only received one letter with respect to the project in favor, as I believe has been forwarded to the council members. And with that, staff's recommendation is to adopt or approve the development agreement and move forward with the first reading of the ordinance. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. We have a couple of questions. One from Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter.
Yeah, first of all, you strike me as a new face, and I didn't catch your name at the beginning of the presentation.
Ariel Sokaris.
And this is your first time presenting to us?
Welcome. I've been doing this a while, so I appreciate it, though. Thank you.
I had a question. The Planning Commission was interested in more PV on the roof. I understand there's some space constraints. I was just curious. We recently passed an ordinance requiring a certain amount of rooftop solar, and I'm wondering how what they're proposing compares to what we're seeking going forward.
Well, I do know the intent of this was to get some more information. What was shown to you was just an initial estimation and hasn't been vetted by Building and Safety to fully
I'm
identify.
just wondering, out of curiosity, how it compares to what our goals are going forward.
I'm not familiar with that ordinance.
Give us a moment to do that calculation for you, but that solar mandate was basically a number of kilowatts based on the building footprint.
Yeah.
We can do that
And
calculation.
I think, weren't we trying to achieve at least enough to cover all the common area
Correct.
electrical load?
Yeah, and that is the same goal in this DA. It's actually more because it goes beyond just the common area. The language in the development agreement is to maximize PV on the roof. So given, the early concept drawings of this, the architect did sort of, I think, the best they could to try and estimate, which parts of the roof areas and how much, and try to estimate common area load to match up with the PV on the roof.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Sue Hemmerich.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions regarding what I talked about with the applicant's attorney. So the first one is, and I wonder if you've had any discussion about this, we discussed that the 4 loft studios on the Colorado side could be artist live work space and affordable, because as we did at the property across the street, because I think it fits in with our arts enhancement program in the city. So in other words, on the first floor of the project, there are, on the Colorado side towards the back of it, there are 4 loft studios. And has there been any discussion of this with you?
Correct. One of those units is designated as being an affordable unit. They aren't specifically designated as artist studios. They're just designed as 1-bedroom loft-style units.
So we had discussed swapping out 3 of the other 1-bedroom units for the three of the 1-bedroom units on higher floors for the 3 loft units on the Colorado side ground floor, so that those could be live work art, and artists could display things and live in the units, and as we did across the street. And I wonder if there's been any discussion of that with you.
It hasn't been, there hasn't been recently. When the project first came in, there was, and staff directed the developer to move away from specifically designating them as artist studios, because an artist studio wouldn't qualify as a residential unit per se, and then would have had them fall out of the priority processing mix.
Okay, well, what if we called it a live work? I mean, I don't care if you call it a 1-bedroom, but I'd like to see the affordable units on that frontage so artists could afford them and be displaying merchandise. I don't care what they're called.
Yeah, and I think that's a question that's best for the developer, because if they're willing to shift the affordable units around to accommodate them to be placed at the ground floor, then...
Well, they aren't on our list, so I have to ask you. So, because I don't see that they're speaking, unless that's wrong, but they aren't on the speakers list.
I'd imagine somebody...
The applicant? I know.
Dave Rand's here. I'm sure he'll speak.
Oh, I'm sorry. He didn't hand in a chip. But there was... Okay, fine. Okay, good. I'll ask Mr. Rand that question. And my second question is, we also had a discussion about the new net zero, sustainability plan where developers actually put toilets in older buildings, the low flow toilets. And is there any provision for that here?
Yes, and as part of the development agreement, there's a requirement for ultra-low fixtures in all of the units as well as the commercial space. And as I mentioned, they'll be 30% below the Cal Green baseline.
So this is a little different. So it's my understanding that this site uses about 400 gallons a day more water than the pre-existing building. And I think last week we passed an ordinance saying that if you had that situation, you would fit other older buildings with low-flow toilets or other conservation?
There was a study session you had at your last meeting, so I think you approved that concept, but it hasn't turned into an ordinance yet.
It hasn't turned into an ordinance, but can we ask for that in this? Because it was my understanding that it was meant to happen.
There is a water conservation contribution fee that's part of the benefits package. So they are paying to a program that will look towards water conservation programs.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant this.
No other questions? Then we'll invite the applicant to approach the podium. And please state your name because I don't have it listed here on the...
I apologize, Mayor, for the chip faux pas. Dave Rand, representing the applicant with the firm Armbruster Goldsmith in Delvac. If I could allocate 8 minutes now, Mayor, and then
Sure.
2 for rebuttal.
You got it.
Terrific. Thank you. Council, Mayor, we are pleased to be before you tonight. This project has been in the works for coming up on 4 years. And while it's been a long haul, this project has evolved in a very positive way over that time. The project as it stands today, I believe, is really a reflection of what the city is demanding in terms of high caliber development, in terms of high and deep levels of affordability, and a reflection of its values in terms of sustainability, transportation demand management, accessibility, and a truly quality development at a key location on the corner of Lincoln Boulevard in Colorado. The first move on this project was to conform to the council's expectations on unit mix.
Okay.
Originally, the project included a higher percentage of studios and 1-bedrooms. The project now conforms to the council prescribed priority processing for unit mix. So we have more 3-bedrooms, more 2-bedrooms. Then along came the draft downtown specific plan, and it included higher standards for open space, and particularly ground floor open space and greater setbacks. And we now conform to all of those draft standards as part of this project. And finally, and probably most importantly, came the city's higher demands with respect to affordable housing. And 1 month ago, I stood before this council and I crowed about 2 mixed-use projects that were proposed that set a brand new high bar for affordable housing in Santa Monica. And that was the case. And those projects passed unanimously, in large part because of that new high bar. Well, I'm pleased to say that just 1 month later, that high bar has been raised even more, because the project before you includes more affordable housing, over 21% deed-restricted units, 75% of which are deed-restricted for very low-income households of 50% AMI. The project affordability component has a bedroom factor that exceeds its market rate component, meaning the bedrooms are larger and greater in the affordable mix than the rest of the project. And I'm also really pleased to say that this is the first project, the first predominantly market rate project that includes a 3-bedroom, deed-restricted, very low income unit. With respect to sustainability, again, setting a new standard. LEED Platinum, gray water for outdoor landscaping, fixtures of the highest caliber in terms of sustainability and water conservation performance standards. And Councilmember Himmelrich is correct. When we netted out the water demand for the new project versus the existing use, there was a slight de minimis 371 gallon per day increase. Using Dean Cabani's methodology that he described to you when he proposed the water neutrality ordinance, we reverse engineered just what would the cost of be to upgrade hypothetical off-site toilets, and I should say there's not a program in place for that, so we cannot do that. But what that cost would be, using Dean's methodology, would be $40,000 in upgrades, in theory 116 toilets, based on the savings. The development agreement includes a $300,000 water conservation fee. So we are more than meeting and definitely exceeding our obligation with respect to water neutrality in that regard. Public accessibility, the project is replete with ground floor open space. We redesigned the corner to make it an eye-catching and kind of public gathering space, which was important to the Planning Commission as well as the ARB. The project, as Ariel mentioned, has high TDM standards, penalties for noncompliance, and at the end of the day, the benefit package, council members, totals a value of $8.6 million. Now that's $8.6 million using the most conservative formula to value an affordable unit at $327,000 per unit, the same $327,000 if it's a very low income 3-bedroom or a moderate studio income unit. So we disagree with that methodology. It undervalues the cost of the affordable housing, but nonetheless, $8.6 million, and your consultant, Kaiser Marston, valued the cost of the entitlement of the value enhancement from the hypothetical Tier 1 to the Tier 3 project before you at $4.9 million. So the value of the entitlement at $4.9 million and the community benefits package under a hyper-conservative methodology at $8.6 million. The City of Santa Monica is getting a very good deal in this development project, and we believe beyond just the dollars, again, it's a reflection of the city's values and a development that merits approval with respect to the benefits, the design, the sustainability, and we encourage you to agree with the Planning Commission, support the project, and for the rest of the time I'll introduce Michael Filonis, our project architect, who will give you a brief overview of the design.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez, council members. Before I start, I'd like to thank staff for a comprehensive and complete staff report. It has been a pleasure working with both Jing and Ariel during this process, and I'd like to thank them both. The key issues for us with this particular project and with all mixed-use projects is the livability of each one of the units. It's the solar access for each one of the units. There's only a handful of the units within this entire project that do not have natural light and ventilation from both sides of the unit, so they can get through ventilation, thereby reducing the amount of mechanical energy that will be needed to either to cool the building during the course of the day. And that is a very important issue to us, and also to design a timeless piece of architecture at this prominent location. What you see on the in this particular next one, what you see in this particular image is the neighborhood commercial space on the ground floor. In fact, the whole entire ground floor along Colorado Boulevard and Lincoln Boulevard has pulled back an additional 10 feet. So what we have on both of those elevations is a 20-foot wide sidewalk. The Planning Commission, when we did a float up with them, they asked if perhaps we could do something with the corner, and there was a suggestion that maybe we lose a unit on the upper level on the corner. We took a slightly different approach, and we lost a unit down below to increase the height of the public space and open that up so it's a much grander space on the corner of Lincoln and Colorado. So here you can see a detail of that. I'm going to try to move through this a little quicker. One of the main issues in designing a project of this size and scale is the solar access. How do we get light and ventilation into as many spaces as possible?
So you want to extend it? 1 minute. Okay.
And so what we do is solar studies, massing studies in the beginning before we really put pen to paper. To try to understand the relationship of the sun in relationship to this site. This is a southwest facing elevation, and it's a very difficult elevation. It's neither south nor west, and so it's a compromised condition. But I think we've dealt with this in the best and most practical way possible. The top of the in this particular image, you can see the top of the commercial space. There's a pool, there's outdoor recreational space. We've tried to capture as much of that as possible. The location, which I won't dwell on, is central to the city and within walking distance of multiple parks and other locations. You can see the.
We'll hold it for rebuttal.
Okay. Thank you.
No offense, Michael.
Okay.
But we do have a question, I think. We do have a question for Councilmember Sue Hemmerich.
Well, so you taught me everything I know about double-loaded corridors, and I noticed that you say they're all single, or it implied they're all single-loaded, but they aren't all single-loaded, are they?
There's a very small portion on. You can point to it.
The ground floor. Is that where it is?
No, the ground floor is all commercial. But there's a small portion. I'm colorblind. I can't see this little red dot bouncing around the screen, so I've got one of my associates here
What
to help
screen?
me.
Oh, that screen. Well,
Yeah.
Guess what? I can't see it because I'm looking at this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's a small portion of units in there, 4 units that have a double loaded. And then there's another smaller piece on the easterly side that has a little bit of double loaded. If we were to split those apart, we'd have to split them apart so far that we begin to compress the outdoor space between the two L's between the two wings of the building.
And I also lease on the ground floor. I see what you did where you took the unit away so that it would be more open to the sun, I guess. Was that your approach?
The approach was to increase the height of that space so it wasn't so compressed. If you're going to use a unit, it makes more sense to do it in a way that you gain something from it. I think the Planning Commission was also interested in people passing by but you know, if you really think about how we walk on sidewalks and how we drive cars, you can't see this from the you can't see the second or third floor of the building if you're driving in an automobile. It's not possible. Or even as a passenger, it's very, very difficult. So this really takes advantage of that kind of reverse situation and puts it on the ground floor where it really belongs.
And we had this a few times when I was on the Planning Commission, but the posts that hold up that cantilevered area, are they necessary?
The columns, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Glean Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Falonis. Mr. Rand, this was probably a question for you. I'll maybe have a question for you, Mr. Falonis, but let me start with Mr. Rand. And I apologize because it may be buried in here and I'm just missing it. But is there a provision in the development agreement about providing opportunities to live in these units to first responders, teachers, nurses, et cetera? Is that already part of the development
We have
agreement?
a exclusive pre-lease up period for those individuals as well as downtown residents.
Okay, great. And then, Mr. Falonis, this is probably more for you. So with regard to the, where'd it go? The interior courtyard, the green wall, I just want to make sure I understand. Is that actually vegetation that is going to be growing on the wall, or is
Yes.
there some sort of for lack of a better term, frame that
Yeah,
holds
there'll
it
be
up?
like a green screen or something that'll allow plant material to grow up that wall. This is actually the side of the elevator shafts and the trash chutes.
Okay, great. I just wanted to see how permanent that was, or whether you were just really being optimistic about some strong ivy there.
No, we're yeah.
Okay, so it's going to go all the way up. Perfect, great, thank you.
It'll take some time, but yes.
That's okay. Time
Yeah.
you got. Thanks.
I don't know about that.
Councilmember Sue Hemmerich.
This is for
I'd like
Mr.
to see
Rand.
this get built in my lifetime.
Shush. This is for Mr. Rand because
Oh, I'm sorry.
I forgot to ask about this, and that's about the affordable units on the ground floor.
Yes, so we have one right now, as you know. If it's the council's pleasure, we'd be happy to relocate 3 affordable units from within the interior of the project to the ground floor on Colorado, such that those 4 ground floor Colorado fronting units are de-restricted affordable units, and they can be artist preferenced, if that's the council's pleasure. The only thing I would suggest if you go that direction is if we can't lease them to artists within a certain period of time, that we be allowed to float them to any qualifying residents, such that they don't lie fallow if there's not the demand there from the artist community. There may very well be, but just in case. But yes, we'd be willing to do that.
Because it's my understanding, and I guess this is for staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we did this in the related property across the street, we had a very long waiting list for live work units on the first floor. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Gleen Davis.
Sorry, that led to a follow-up question. So as I understand the Colorado-facing units, it says loft style. It doesn't say lofts, which is different. Those are 2 different things. I mean, loft style means higher ceilings and maybe a mezzanine, but an artist loft, for example, typically has a cement floor because most artists, whether they're working in paint or sculpting, need a cement floor, and they have a little more specific requirements. So I guess that's my question is, are you committing to make these true artist lofts, or are they just going to still be loft-style apartments? I mean, I lived in a loft-style apartment on 18th Street. There's no way an artist would have ever worked in there. It had, didn't have any of the prerequisites that an artist really needs to make art.
The entire ground floor is concrete.
So
it'll be polished and sealed concrete, and it has 18-foot ceilings in the space.
So they could be really usable by artists then?
I think they would be great
Okay.
artist studio spaces.
Okay, so there might be some architectural.
And they're basically north facing.
Right.
So it's going to get good north light.
Right.
For a studio.
Okay, good. I just wanted to make sure if we're going to make the change that it's meaningful and that
Yes.
it's actually usable as an artist loft. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we're good.
You're done with me?
Yes, for now. We'll go ahead and open the public comment, and we have Denise Barton and Andrew Hoyer, if they can come up. Oh, no, that's the applicant.
Good evening. Oh, look, another development agreement for downtown, which again is based on false pretenses. And didn't the new city manager, Rick Cole, say there was going to be no new development agreements downtown until after the downtown specific plan was approved, except for John Warfel's project on 4th, 5th in Arizona and the ArcLight on 4th? So I guess we all can see how much his word is worth. In addition, didn't all of you sitting up there agree to do that as well? Although everyone already knows what your word is worth, which isn't much, and this is just another perfect example of that. But now let's review again how loose the TDM plan, the bicycle plans, the pedestrian plans, and your transportation system are based on false pretenses, making this development agreement based on false pretenses too. The USC study found that the expo line between downtown and Culver City is not reducing traffic, and that it's unlikely that large numbers of people are going to shift from private vehicles to trains and buses. In addition, the USC study doesn't support Metro's claim that the expo line is taking cars off the road, relieving traffic congestion, and providing valuable alternatives for thousands of commuters. The truth is, traffic and congestion are worse than ever. But we, the community, have been told is that the expo line, the TDM plan, and the bike plans and the pedestrian plan are all going to reduce traffic and congestion, which is the false pretense. Because exactly how is that supposed to happen when you're adding so many new residences and businesses to the city? In other words, the numbers don't work. And please explain why in Santa Monica pedestrians will walk half a mile to the expo, when in every other city it services, pedestrians will only have to walk a quarter of a mile. So due to all the false pretenses included in the staff report, I would hope you would significantly reduce the height and density of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Hoyer?
Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer. I'm the president of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. Although I am requesting that the downtown specific plan limit all buildings on Lincoln to a 3-story maximum, I am willing to ignore that for this location as this site transitions into a light industrial area as opposed to our residential neighborhoods. And I am pleased to see that this project includes 20% affordable housing. But it seems like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul. To get this extra affordable housing, we are sacrificing our commitment to increase the number of 3-bedroom units that our community desperately needs. And not only are we losing those, but we are granting the rights to build an excessive amount of studio units that we don't need. Unmitigated greed is the only reason I can see for the developer to propose violating our newly minted standards. I'd also like to point out that the owners of this property also own the 2 properties directly south of it. If you approve this ratio of units, you will not be able to deny them the same rights at the next 2 properties. They will stand here and tell you they haven't even looked at what to do with those, but they admitted to the Planning Commission that they had investigated the possibility of having one large underground parking garage under all 3 lots, but couldn't do it because of the grade. So obviously they're just biding their time to get what they want. This project includes 70% 1-bedroom or studio units. That's not what we need. Please take a stand, force them to fix the only thing wrong with this project. Thank you.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing, and I will have the applicant, I guess you have another minute.
Just briefly in response to Mr. Hoyer's comments, this project was changed to conform to the council priority unit mix criteria. It was in the works for a very long time, and the council set forth to be a priority project, you needed to provide at least 10% 3-bedroom units, minimum 20% 2-bedroom units, and a maximum of 20% studio units. This project conforms to that criteria, provides those higher bedroom units. With respect to his comment about admitting that it's one master plan development, or this, I don't recall ever saying anything about one master subterranean garage. The reality is these projects are individual sites. They stand on its own. There's no pending project in the moment for any of the other 3 properties. The only project before the city and before this council is the one in front of you. The different neighboring sites are all under separate ownership, and to the extent that there's any development on those properties, whatever it may be, it's highly speculative and uncertain at this point. So we want to move forward with norms and get it approved, and we hope that you do that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry.
We have, Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter?
No.
Not a question, but I think it's a question for staff. Go ahead.
I just wanted, could you refresh me on what the underlying zoning is, where we're talking about the possibility of converting the affordable units down on the ground floor Colorado loft space? There was a discussion about people being able to sell the art they produce in these places out of the frontage of the units, and I want to make sure that wasn't going to run afoul of any sort of zoning or other regulations.
The rear portion zone mixed use Boulevard Low, and there wouldn't be any conflict with that type of use. In fact, it would be more conducive to the active design that use typically or wants to attract.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other questions, or we're into discussion now? No other questions for staff. So did you want to go ahead, Councilor Sue Hemmerich?
So I will move that we approve this project subject to the couple of really small matters that we discussed. I'm really pleased to see a project that's coming forward with over 20% affordable without pulling teeth. and I'm really happy that there are some larger units. I don't think it's ideal, but I think that the project is what more or less what we're trying to get to, particularly at this point. And I'm actually surprised to be moving a development agreement myself. But there are a couple things that I want to include in that. Number one, I would like to see the 4 units on the ground floor, the 4 loft units be affordable units, not just one. I would like to see the ARB pay particular attention to that corner with the cantilever design, and possibly to the art. I can't believe I'm talking like these guys. The articulation on Colorado, right? So I like the design. I think it's a little boxy, and those are the things I'd like to see happen in the future with the project when the ARB looks at it.
Second, and I'd like to speak to it.
It's been moved in second, and Councilman Kevin McEwen, you're on the queue.
I like it.
You like it? Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter.
Yeah, I was just hoping the maker and secretary of the motion could clarify when you're talking about moving affordable units down to the Colorado, what percentage of AMI you're looking to move down there.
50. I think that all of the 1-bedrooms were at 50, and so the lofts are considered the equivalent. They're 1-bedroom lofts, so it would be at 50% AMI.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? You know, although on my little cheat notes here, it spells out some other verbiage. Is this something we need to read into the motion, or is the motion the way was made by Councilor Sue Hemmerich sufficient?
The motion, as I understood it when I seconded it, was to approve the development agreement 12 DEV 011 and to introduce for first reading the ordinance.
Okay. And there was a second. Hearing no other comments, I guess we'll go ahead and call roll.
Okay. Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes. So that was unanimous, 6-0.
So next we have item
8A.
8A, approval of Santa Monica Public Library strategic plan, and you have 5 requests to speak on this one.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
We're preparing to deliver a staff report on the library strategic plan. I just want to make a couple of preliminary comments. And first, the hour is late, and no disrespect is meant to the council's careful consideration, but we spent 2 hours sending a design project back to the drawing board. Every year we spend $12 million on our library system. It's one of the finest library systems in California. In fact, it's one of only 2 rated with 5 stars by Library Journal, who knows of which they speak. And so I hope that recognizing there probably won't be an enormous amount of controversy over the library strategic plan, given the tremendous amount of public outreach that went into developing it. I do hope it gets serious consideration at this hour from the council, because it really is setting a blueprint for the strategic direction of one of this community's greatest assets, and it falls squarely into the council's strategic goal around learning and thriving. So I know that our staff has done really a quite extraordinary job of leading this effort. Not that everyone is happy, because we are a democracy, but they worked extraordinarily hard to listen to our community, to listen to the staff, and to think about the future. And so often we are mired in thinking about the past, but the present we enjoy today is because our predecessors thought very carefully about the future. And I really want to underscore how important this effort is.
Thank you. We have a comment from Councilmember Sue Hemmerich.
So is what you want us to do talk about this for 2 hours too? Is that what you want?
assume that is a rhetorical question, Councilmember.
Is there a staff report? Who's going to make the staff report? Here we go.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Maria Carpenter, Director of Library Services, and it's a great pleasure to be here tonight with my fantastic team to present the library's strategic plan and planning process. I want to point out I just want to acknowledge some of my team members who are here tonight. We have Cecilia Tovar, Greco Vanegas, Erica Cayugan, and Susan Lamb. And I'm happy to share that Susan Lamb has recently been named chair of the implementation committee, so she's kind of poised to get started. And she's also a long-term resident of Santa Monica. And in addition to our staff team, we also had fantastic lead volunteers in the community. That includes Sean Londres, who headed up our Innovation Tech Task Force. And this was a group that made recommendations for the plan of technology and civic building. And they included entrepreneurs, educators, foundation folks, and they really had the community in mind when they made these recommendations, and they really see that we need to bolster our technology to support learning. We also had expert guides, including Maureen Sullivan. We were fortunate to have her services. She is a recent past president of the American Library Association, and she was our guide in strategic planning. This was the first time that in over 20 years that the library embarked on a comprehensive strategic planning process, so we were learning as we went along. We also brought in other people around space planning and library trends. And our library board was involved throughout the process, and they voted on September 10th to approve the plan. And I do have one correction from an early staff report, and it's been since corrected online. The board members are only 5, so they voted to approve the plan 3-1, with one person being absent. We also had lots of community participants, and this included over 2,000 participants. We held 11 community forums with 200 people, and Mayor, thank you so much for attending one of those community forums. We held a survey, an online survey, where we actually went out into the community. You may have seen staff members with our tablets out at the Santa Monica Festival, and we had almost 2,000 people who participated in the survey. And we also held 14 staff sessions. We thought that was a very important part of the process, with our own learning as well. Key findings and recommendations. The library is a beloved resource in the city. It's a community hub. It's a place for lifelong learning. Books are prized, and we library staff love the books. So the books are core to what we do. We, as library staff members, promote reading. Collaborative work in meeting spaces, improved technology, maker spaces, and art exhibits. Those were all expressed both in the community forums as well as the surveys as desirable services, as well as keeping our partnerships and growing new partnerships across the Santa Monica community, including with the tech community, schools, civic organizations, and people really saw this as a vital part of what we do. So we took that feedback, we took best practices information, we took frontline staff observations, we triangulated that, brought that all together, and distilled it down to 4 focus areas. Santa Monica Public Library as vibrant learning center, as well-being cultivator, as dynamic third place, and as community and cultural connector. Under the area of vibrant learning center, this is what we celebrate every day, and that is very much to help people to build skills, especially in the knowledge economy. We're all aware that people change jobs every 10 years, and that's that knowledge. People need help with with skills. So it's we've heard that every 10 years people need to learn a new skill, and so the library throughout a whole lifespan, we're here to help people to develop that, and that's with adult learners, with emerging adults, with youth, with our Cradle to Career initiative. We're a big supporter of that with early literacy and kindergarten readiness. In terms of well-being, we are a partner in the Well-Being Initiative. We recognize the index findings, and we have excellent reference staff who can help to disseminate that information. We also, I think we're in a unique position because we hold over 2,000 programs a year, and so we can help to bring the community together to have discussions and debate, civic discourse, so that people feel empowered in the civic engagement process, as well as to help people get to know their neighbors and people across the city. Dynamic Third Place, this is very much about democracy in the making. The library is a democratic space for everybody, and that includes within all of our beautiful 5 libraries, but also out in the community. You'll see our library staff members out at our parks, for example, Storytime this summer, or at our beaches with the pop-up beach libraries. And the trend really is to have flexible space nowadays so that we can move it around with the community's changing needs. In terms of being a community and cultural connector, we are very much into partnerships. The philosophy of collective impact is something that we embrace. We know that it's really important to work together to build different community capitals, and we will continue to do that. So our next steps is pending City Council approval. We're poised to move forward with the implementation. We have an implementation team. We're also going to move forward with our Jumpstart projects, and this is really under the auspices of Learn and Thrive initiative for the citywide goals. So we have our multi-purpose room technical improvements, as well as broadband improvement, so helping people with connectivity. That's definitely some faster connectivity. That's something that we heard in the community forums and throughout the process. And then we also will form a proposal for CIP planning. We wanted to share Teen Council video. We know that a lot of teens couldn't be here this late at night, but we have a wonderful council of over 20 teens, and they contributed this.
For me, I don't really have a quiet environment at home, so the library does help a lot with that because they have areas where you can work. There's books and resources to help me do my work.
The computers and the internet access to things that I wouldn't have anywhere else.
Oh my god! It makes me feel safe, relaxed, calm.
Be a safe and quiet zone for you to learn.
You can get your own room, which is also really nice. I really like getting a room to myself. You feel sort of like home, like your second home, where you can just meet all your friends and just have fun.
I like to go to the teen space and look around for new books and sit down. Well, it's helped me connect with organizations that work within my community so that I have a better understanding of everybody in my community.
I like to read the books and I like to volunteer because, you know, they're all adorable and cute.
Being new here, it's been very hard to learn by myself. And sort of having this tool has helped me branch out and meet people and do new things, and yeah.
So to Learn and Thrive, we are committed to continue to working together to improve people's lives in Santa Monica. Thank you for the consideration. And I also just want to mention that this is not just a staff work that we're presenting tonight. This is very much collective of everybody who participated in the process, including our lead volunteers. And I think you'll be hearing from some of the lead volunteers tonight, including people from our board, from the Innovation Technology Task Force. And so we're all really proud of this. It took a lot, and we hope that City Council will approve the plan tonight. Thank you very much.
What staff? I just had a quick one, and I see one of your, I guess now you're at the main branch who opened up the Pico branch. See if you can come up for a second. I mean, I know you were at the Pico branch for such a short time, but I remember when visiting there, it seemed to be such an active library, and I'm assuming it's still very active. And I was just more concerned about the needs, and I don't know, maybe it came out in your discussions and your focus groups. If right now, I think we're only open 6 days, right? We're not open on Sundays, right?
We're not. None of the branches are.
And I'm assuming there's a big demand for that, especially in the Pico neighborhood.
Yes, people have raised the concern that they want more hours or earlier as well, because all the branches open at noon. I know that when I was at Pico, I was there for a year, people did come and were asking, how come you don't open at 10 o'clock like the main library? It's still very busy, and actually we do, we actually we're seeing an increase because of the Fairview branch being closed for renovation. It is a very dynamic place. People do come in and out of the branch, and as you see in the picture there, we just started with the GED classes twice a week at the Pico Library as part of the learning, the Second Chance learning project. So as we see, people are demanding more classes and more services, and that's one of the reasons why we wanted to make sure that we are mobile and not only just bringing people in the library, but also going outside because we see the demand.
Thank you. Councilmember Sue Hemmerich.
So I see under policy recommendations that you say manage usage of library study rooms as de facto free workplaces. And in the last few months, I've been at Cross Campus, I've been at Rock, is that? Rock. And just yesterday I was at a space at 520 Broadway that's called Second something. But I see that everywhere, every one of these spaces I've been to is really hopping, right? And it's during the day. And the rooms are used at times where kids are in school and aren't going to be using the library. And I assume these folks are paying. I don't know what they're paying. But wouldn't it be a way to leverage the space we have to create more free time, more time when the kids are out of school? That's, I mean, I see that that's sort of your idea, and I just want to say I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
It was a comment, I think.
She was nodding. I realized that was exactly what they had.
Councilmember Terry O'Day.
The report we have is the summary of the plan, and it's a great plan and benefits from all of the outreach and work that you did. I wonder if you could describe some of the things that you learned as examples and what is happening in other communities, some of the plans or activities of other library systems that really kind of inspired all of you.
Sure. So libraries are doing a lot with creation spaces and maker spaces, and that's something that we haven't delved into in Santa Monica, and that's to help with building skills, not only technology skills, but also skills just using your hands. And actually, I think in the well-being index findings, being able to do things with our hands was actually a gap area for Santa Monica residents. So those are very popular discovery spaces. We know, for example, with kids, that not all kids are just eager to follow like a classroom protocol for learning. You want to have like Legos out and other things that will pique people's interest. Another concept is Homago, and that was researchers, I think they started at the MIT labs, and that's spread out. But the idea that for teens, you have got to get them hooked. First you've got to get them to just kind of play with an idea, and then kind of get them interested, and then for them to go deep. And so a lot of teen spaces now are created with a lot of technology and makerspace elements. That's certainly something that we can look at with our teen space as well. And flexible space is definitely a trend as well. You're welcome.
Councilor Kevin McEwen.
one of the reasons I'm such a supporter of lifelong learning is that very early reading had a lot to do with shaping the person I became, for better or for worse. When I was a little kid, one of the highlights of my week was when the bookmobile came to the supermarket parking lot near my apartment building. And you mentioned the beach pop-up, so I know we're going out there with books. But what are we doing to get to very young kids who don't have the wherewithal even to get to a branch library, but who love books like I do?
So we have some great projects. And Cecilia, do you mind talking about the early literacy programs? And one other thing, I had to process for a minute what HOMAGO stand for. It's hanging out, messing around, geeking out.
Sort of what we do up here.
Okay, one of the projects that we are really excited about is the grant that is the Reading to Go. Has been presented to the Early Literacy Task Force, and basically we are having TUFs, early literacy TUFs, and this is targeted to families. They're either at the waiting list for preschool or home daycare providers. And because we understand and we know the importance of reading and make sure in early literacy to prepare these kids to kindergarten and school, we are going to be working with Connection for Children to select some of these families. The early literacy TUFs, they have books, they have manipulatives. Our librarians are going to go out and provide training, story time, model for them, and also we're going to be providing for the first time text messages with literacy tips, because we want them to understand that early literacy and reading can happen at home and you don't have to be in a formal setting. It will be best if they will send their kids to preschool, but if they can't, this is another opportunity for them. We're also going to provide high quality books in 3 languages, which is Spanish, English, and Amharic. And at the end of the program, we are going to give them a mini library with high quality books. And we're hoping that they will continue coming to the library, and we're also going to provide, and hopefully we can expand. But in addition to the specific grant, our librarians, especially our youth services librarians, are always active with story time, make sure that we have plenty of story times at the libraries, and also going out to the festivals and modeling. That's what we do.
Well, follow-up question. Do
Sure.
we have a bookmobile, and how does the beach pop-up library work?
We do not have a bookmobile, but what we did with the beach pop-up library is that basically the staff went out to the beach, and we ordered books to people to check them out in the old way with the card catalog. There were book discussions, and also there were activities for children and story time there. People knew that if they wanted to, they could check out the book there at the beach, and return it to any of the libraries.
And one other thing about that too is with the plan, our idea is really to be out in the community too. So, we have 5 beautiful libraries. A lot of people come in, but we want to make sure we're reaching out to, especially to groups where they might not get those services. And then just central to what we do, offering free services. There are a lot of like Mommy and Me type of groups, since I have a baby, I know now, and people pay, for those services and they learn the lessons about how important it is to read to your child. It's fundamental for that child's well-being. It's the critical foundation for moving forward and having a successful school career. So we offer free services across the city, and our library staff and our youth service librarians, they're so dedicated. Our youth services librarians, I think you heard one tonight, actually, Denise,
Yes.
on the video. They're exuberant about what they do.
Thank you. We have actually our city manager, Rick Cole, I think, who wanted to chime in as well.
Mayor and Councilman, I want to emphasize a couple of dimensions of the context. For people of Councilmember McEwen and my vintage, there's a tendency to sort of freeze libraries at a particular moment, a kind of a golden age, if you will, of libraries. And I want to emphasize the dynamic nature of libraries in American life. The very first library in America was not actually a municipal library, it was a cooperative library, and it was, of course, started by Benjamin Franklin. And of course they lent out books. Books were extraordinarily expensive. There were no books printed in America, so all books had to be imported, and of course most of them came from England if they were in English. So giving, it was a working men's lending library, and you paid a very modest fee to have the privilege of checking out books. But books were not the only thing offered in that lending cooperative association. In fact, they lent out microscopes, stethoscopes, and telescopes, because all of those were ways in which people could learn and enrich their lives that were not accessible in any kind of an affordable way to people who wanted to pursue their own education. And of course in those days it was just a very tiny percentage of the population that could pursue even secondary school, let alone higher education. Only a handful of colleges in America, and those were mostly theological institutions and reserved for the sons of the very wealthy. So the very first library in America in Philadelphia really represented this kind of maker space idea that we're returning to in 2015. It was a place with a much wider ambit than the libraries of the 1950s. And if you trace the history since Benjamin Franklin, the way in which libraries have spread all across America, with, of course, the tremendous contribution made by Andrew Carnegie, the libraries have always been about bringing learning within the reach of everyone. That is really the nature of public libraries. And so in the 50s, it meant bringing books within reach, books and magazines. But as we know, it was on the cutting edge of bringing computers. Libraries have been on the cutting edge of bringing computers when computers were more expensive, and so many people flocked to libraries for access to the internet. It was on the cutting edge of DVDs and CDs when they first came out, and VCR videos. And so the library has always been more dynamic than sometimes we want to think about it as a place for books. The second dimension is, I think that's an important metaphor for how we ought to think about all of our services. We have a tendency to ask, what do cities do? And the typical knee-jerk answer is, well, cities, they have police, and they have fire, and they have parks, and libraries. And there's a kind of static suite of services. Every single one of those services was a dynamic, disruptive response to the problems of a particular time. I've been telling the story lately because so few people know it, of the first fire department in America, which was started in 1853 in Cincinnati, Ohio, after a devastating fire in Cincinnati in 1852. At that time, there were no public agencies that responded to fires, even though fires were endemic in industrial society, because in those days they used fire to heat, they used fire to light, they used fire to drive factories, they used fire to cook, and the buildings were all wooden. And so fires were a devastating part of life that took people's properties and their lives, and left people scarred for life. And so it was a huge problem, and there were only three responses to it. One was if you paid money to insurance companies, which is how we got Fireman's Fund, right? You literally paid your annual dues, and the insurance company sent a fire truck out to you, drawn by horses, of course, but it was the insurance companies that had control of firefighting apparatus.
clearly that didn't meet all the needs because many people could not afford those insurance premiums. So there were literally bandit crews in many American cities of people who would dispatch their own seat of the pants fire crew and then bargain with the person whose house or factory was burning down to see how much they'd be willing to fork over for that fire to be put out. And then because those clearly didn't meet the needs, there were also volunteers who would try with bucket brigades to put out fires. And the people in Cincinnati, Ohio, the people sitting in your chairs in 1853 said, there must be a better way. Let's start a city fire department that can respond to fires. And I can only imagine the public hearing that night in Cincinnati, Ohio, in which people undoubtedly from the Cincinnati Businessmen's Association would have come up and said, why is government sticking its nose into something that's better handled by private business? What business would the government have in putting out fires? And why would we want to pay taxes to have a bunch of firefighters sit around the fire station waiting for a fire to happen? And the visionary people in 1853 said, we're going to create a new model. And I just want to emphasize, we in 2015 have to have that same courage, that same imagination, that same open-mindedness, that the problems of 2015 are different than they were in 1955 or in 1915 or in 1853. So this is an extraordinarily forward-looking document that draws upon the history in America of government, public innovation, of solving today's problems with new ways of doing business. And we have a great library system, but it won't stay great unless it continues to evolve, unless it continues to grow, and unless it continues to take cognizance of what's going on around it. The same is true of our fire department, the same is true of our police department, the same is true of our parks department, community services, which includes parks. And so I, again, want to salute Maria and her staff for embracing the opportunity to look forward and not just to assume, well, I've inherited this great library system and I'm going to continue to run it status quo, but rather to think about what are the needs and what are the opportunities that 2015 offers. I think it's an extraordinarily far-sighted and imaginative approach, and I know that all of our other departments have been impressed by the work that's been done. It's a great model for us to be strategic, and it's a great model for other cities to follow.
Thank you. And with that, I guess we'll open the public hearing, unless there's other questions from staff. Saying that, we'll start with Mark. Is it Mortenstern? Am I pronouncing that right? And then Sean Landis, and then Antonio Spears.
It's late, so I'll be brief.
No problem.
Thank you, council people. I'm a member of the library board. I'm a member of the innovation committee, and I'm a frequent patron of the Carnegie Library at Ocean Park Boulevard and Main Street, one of the great Carnegie libraries. The process, as outlined, was incredibly open. It was about listening. I went to a lot of those sessions, and fundamentally, what we heard was how beloved this institution is. Everyone, to a man, child, adores our library system. Why? Because they're safe, because they're open, because they're free. This document will extend that, make the libraries more helpful, more relevant, and I'll add more free. So, as the library board did, we're asking that you will support this document, but that support just starts tonight because, as the city manager said, this is a forward-looking document that will require the imagination and support of this group, this body, and this community. So, but what a great starting point we have. So thanks for your support.
Thank you.
Good evening, Sean Landris from Sunset Park. This library innovation technology task force, I think, is what brought me into thinking more about Santa Monica. And the the first thing that I learned is that we have a rock star librarian, and that's really key to this leadership. And I thank Rick Cole for referencing that, because the people who are behind this are an extraordinary team, and Council and Maria are to be commended for making that possible. Thank you for the supplemental budget appropriation, which allowed progress to be made on the Innovation Tech Task Force recommendation regarding upgrades. But the thing I want to leave you with is the idea of connectivity. As City Manager Cole mentioned, what libraries mean has changed. And when we look at the idea that a person would go into the library to get their K-12 or senior reduced TAP card for Metro, to apply for CalFresh benefits, one of the things that they will need to do that this strategic plan will enable, and I'm going to stick with this metaphor as a simple idea, is a scanner. Scanners are about uploading information. They're not about downloading information. And a traditional idea of a library, you don't have a scanner because you don't need to upload. But in the new idea of a library, we are all uploading ourselves and downloading ourselves in a constant civic engagement with one another, where we learn from each other. There are now human libraries where people volunteer to be checked out for interviews, right, by members of the community. What could I learn from another human being? And that's extraordinarily powerful. So this message of connectivity, I think the library is the home to equity, inclusion, and our community's resilience. Thank you.
Thank you. Antonio, as you come up, if I could just hold you there for a second. We have the last two here. We can get Kathleen Sheldon, and it looks like Krista Hollis. Is that correct? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Antonio Spears, and I'm a proud resident of Santa Monica. As a product of the library's strategic plan, I am also on the founding team to help develop the Library Foundation of Santa Monica. I'm here today to strongly urge you to vote in favor of the library's strategic plan. Libraries serve to help people within our communities find the highest, truest expression of ourselves. It is the catalyst for knowledge that stimulates intellectual curiosity. It's the center of the city where people can truly be themselves with no judgment and explore all walks of life through literature, technology, and cultural programming. It is vital that the Santa Monica City Council approve the library's strategic plan so that we may stay current and able to meet the demands of our city in the 21st century, especially in the Silicon Beach era of our city. Carl T. Rowan once said, "The library is the temple of learning, and learning has liberated more people than all the wars in history," and in my life too. I strongly urge you to vote in favor of the brilliant plan for the betterment of our city and for the future of our society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's gotten so late here, so we're all just making brief comments. I'm the chair of the library board. I've been on the board for, I think, 5 years now. I'm here to speak in favor of the strategic plan that was developed by library staff with extensive input from the board and from the community. The board was deeply involved in discussions about the plan from the beginning. We held a half-day retreat at the new Pico Library branch in the public space there in March when we first began discussing this project. We learned about the procedures and the possibilities of having such a plan. And as the process developed, the board members, as Mark mentioned, most of the board members, I think all of us, attended at least one community meeting and participated and listened to what neighbors had to say, their concerns, new ideas that people had. And it was a topic on almost all of our agendas, I think, in the months in between until the September 10th meeting, where it was a special meeting that just was to discuss this strategic plan, and we did vote to support it at that time. We support the vision of Maria Carpenter and the wonderful staff, some of whom are here tonight, who work so hard to make sure that the library will be able to move forward with the times. I think the library has done a great job without having a plan for at least 20 years or longer. I hope everyone knows that we're actually celebrating our 125th anniversary now, and starting this weekend and going through January, there's a number of events and all kinds of public projects going on. So take a look at the website and see what we're doing. So we've been around for a long time, but I think we'll really benefit from having this blueprint now to move forward and to serve the community into the future. So I don't think it's a controversial issue. I was sitting here through some of these earlier topics, but I'm sure you all support the library and can see that we're really prepared to move forward with this strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Hopefully I don't end our evening on a low. I wanted to let you all know my name is Krista Hollis, and I'm the new science teacher at Olympic High School here in Santa Monica. And we all know that Olympic kids oftentimes feel a little disenfranchised, right? And they struggle. And we have been very fortunate to have Cecilia and Stephanie come to our school. And we are actually, and with their help, doing something that Olympic has never done before. On December 17th at 5 p.m., we'd love to welcome you into the school for our very first STEAM fair, where we are without the help of our library staff, we would not have been able to pull it off. We don't have those kinds of resources. Technology, engineering, arts, agriculture, and mathematics projects. Library is utterly defunct. In fact, my science room is the library. I'm going to make very big air quotes there. And so without their help, they brought a wonderful mobile technology. The kids were able to get a library card on the spot. They're able to bring materials for them and help them with databases, and also give them a connection point with the library. You know, sometimes for kids, library means loser. And that's not what we want kids to think about the library. And their attitudes changed dramatically with Stephanie and Cecilia. They had someone to tell their ideas to. And so for Emily, who's building a hologram projector that you can actually take home with you, with people who visit, if she hadn't had the time to talk with Stephanie and Cecilia, research with them, work through outlines and notes, she would not have quite as crystallized an idea. So I talk a lot, and clearly I am in support of the library's plan, and I'm not giving them back, so I hope that you guys will also be in support. Thank you.
Thank you. We have several. Okay, we'll go start with Councilwoman Gleam Davis.
Well, thank you. I appreciate everyone coming out and staying for the late night. There were three things that really strike me about this plan, and I think that make it so wonderful. And the first one is, and Mr. Landris mentioned connectivity, and I think he was speaking about technology to some extent. But what's really great about this plan is it provides technological connectivity, but also human connectivity. The idea of reaching out into communities that may not be inclined to necessarily go to a brick and mortar library, but will go to the beach and say, hey, what's that over there? You know, it's very much the phenomenon that's been interesting is that everyone thought the internet would kill brick and mortar stores. And for a while it looked like that's what's going to happen. But now there's been a pendulum shift where people now use the internet to go find the brick and mortar store so they can touch and feel the object. So I think it's that connectivity at a technological level, but at a human level, that begins to tell people, because my guess is there are a lot of people in our community who don't have a good handle on everything that's going on in our libraries. And this is a way to touch them and let them know, you know, this is not just a place where you go to get a book because you have a fourth grade project on California missions, but this is really a place where there's a lot of exciting stuff going on. So that's the first point. I think the second point is that a lot of this plan is about changing the way the library interacts with the community. But one of the really important things it does is, we always hear this, particularly with young people, is you have to go where they are. So you're not sitting back and saying, look at all these programs we're doing, please come visit us. The Reading to Go program, as someone who is an early childhood advocate, is so important, because for family daycare providers, they can't just pick up the 8 kids in their family daycare home and go to the library for a reading time. So being able to go to them, bring high quality books, model reading behaviors for them, and being able to continually interact and give them ideas, techniques to improve literacy within this, within the context of the services they're providing. Because we now, of course, know that the vocabulary that you acquire in your first and second year of life really is what sets you on the path for the remainder of your learning experience. And so if we want people to be lifelong learners, we sure as heck better be exposing them to a lot of vocabulary in those first 2 years. So I think that's also really clear, is it's connectivity, it's going to where they are. But the third thing, and I think this is really what makes this such a wonderful plan, and I have a 19-year-old son, is he doesn't learn the way I learned. The world has changed so much in terms of their exposure to media, the way they absorb information, the way they communicate with each other. I mean, us old fuddy-duddies joke about teens being in the same room and texting each other rather than picking their heads up and talking. They're not being antisocial. That is the way they are social. They are different. And until we recognize those differences, we're not going to be able to get them involved and get them engaged. And so I think rather than you trying to create a model that is, as Mr. Cole says, sort of the traditional library model that people like me who are old would think about, it's the idea about changing it. So, for example, having a quiet room to study is good, but also having a room, much like these technological workplaces do, where you have a bunch of people in a room just exchanging ideas. You know, just talking about things. Hey, I think this would be a great app. Yeah, you know, what if we did that? I mean, the whole idea behind hackathons and things like that is this collaborative process that is not a structured collaborative process like the people up on this dais might think we should do, but it's much more chaotic and much more exciting. And I think providing a physical venue, but also almost a mental venue, recognizing that, valuing that, letting our young people in particular know that we understand they're living in a different world than we were raised in. And it's still providing a safe place for seniors who want to come and have quiet space, or for families who want to come and have reading time, but also just recognizing that different age groups, different people have different needs. So with that, I would like to move that we approve, oops, and my screen just went blank, so I want to make sure I get that we approve the Santa Monica Public Library Strategic Plan, which will clearly guide future development of library services based on community input and the study of current best practices.
Second.
It's been moved and second, and we have Kevin McEwen, Councilmember McEwen on the.
Just a quick question. Even though the motion obviously includes much more than books, will our decision be binding?
No, it's going to be a paperback. Hearing no other comments, I guess we'll call the roll.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
And Mayor Vasquez.
Yes. So that's unanimous, 6-0 of those present. And thank you for all your work.
Next, we have item 13A, appointment to one unscheduled vacancy on the Personnel Board for a term ending June 30th, 2018. And you have no request to speak on that.
Mayor and Council, usually when we have only one applicant for a position, I wonder if we should wait and see if there are other applicants. But this is a big honking exception. The one applicant in this case, Eve Brosnahan, is a former member of the Personnel Commission. Circumstances forced her to withdraw for a while. She's willing to come back and be of service to fill this opening. So I would nominate Eve Brosnahan.
Anybody else?
Moved by acclamation.
It's been moved by acclamation. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? It's unanimous.
Welcome back.
Are you out? Okay. Next, we have item 13B, request of Mayor McKeown that staff prepare an ordinance clarifying and implementing the Oaks Initiative prohibition against public officials accepting employment from city contractors, and you have two requests to speak.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is about what's called a revolving door. It's a situation where somebody has employment, where they have a working relationship with a company, and where there's at least the potential that that public connection will turn into private benefit if we don't have a rule against it. Now, we're in the process right now of having hired an outside consultant to work with us on issues of transparency, the Oaks Initiative, campaign finance reform, the proper relationship of the council to the city manager in our form of government. One thing we did not direct be considered was the revolving door aspect. And the reason for that was that there was litigation underway on that issue with a situation that occurred here in the city. And we wanted to let that be adjudicated if that was going to happen. It did not happen. It ended up being settled without there being a court ruling. So I feel it's now appropriate that we add to the direction we're giving to our consultant that they work with staff to consider codifying some kind of prohibition against revolving door type activities. The Oaks Initiative touches on it, but is not sufficiently specific in its language. We have to remember the Oaks Initiative was not written for Santa Monica. It was written by an outside group and presented to a number of cities. And frankly, we didn't have a hand in writing that. And I would have written it differently and more effectively if I'd done it myself, and I'm not even an attorney. But it's become clear that the language is not sufficiently specific. So what I'm looking for here is council direction that is part of the process we've undertaken with Mr. Houston, that we direct staff to work us toward an ordinance that specifically prohibits the types of revolving door activities that reduce public trust in the fact that local government is doing the work of the people and not looking for private benefit. Does the city attorney have anything to add to that?
Just a couple of thoughts. First of all, I think you all things I want to note, and then I know there are members of the public who want to speak, so I'll be brief. You did receive a correspondence from former city manager Gould, who advocated in his letter in behalf of your addressing this issue now. The points that he made were that the term public official in the Oaks Initiative should be defined, more on that in 1 second, that staff should be well trained, that perhaps notice of whatever requirements you end up with, either the Oaks or something hopefully clearer and perhaps even broader than the prohibition in the Oak, so that notification of that should be given to senior staff. I'll just add you could put that in senior staff's contracts if you wanted to, whatever the prohibitions on future employment may be that you hope that you want them to adhere to. He noted the difference between people who sign contracts and people who negotiate them. As you probably know, in the city of Santa Monica, there are two people that sign all the contracts. The city manager does, and I do. And no one else signs the contracts, the others negotiate them, a point that may be worth considering later for you. And finally, he suggested strongly that the city adopt enforcement mechanisms, a suggestion that's also come from the public, and that I want to say I think Mr. Houston might be particularly helpful with that aspect of the work. I just want to go back to one of Mr. Gould's points, which was, actually I want to make 2 points really quickly. The Oaks presently applies by its own terms to elected and appointed officials acting in their official capacity. We would need to talk, I think, in making things clearer, making prohibitions clearer and so more effective. You have to think about, as Mr. Gould said, what a public official is. Also, I think what an appointed official is. At the time the Oaks passed, there were only 3 appointed officials in city other than boards and commission members, and those 3 were the city manager, the city attorney, and the city clerk. When the Oaks passed, everybody else in the city was in the civil service. They weren't appointed officials. And I think that's important to realize, not as a discouragement for anything you may want to do, because you could adopt a local ordinance that's stricter than the Oaks is. In fact, there may be good reasons to do that. The important thing from our legal perspective is that whatever prohibitions you adopt on any individual rights, including the right to seek employment, that they be crystal clear. And I think this is a good opportunity to do that. So we're looking to help you. And finally, I'll suggest that in terms of your legal staff helping you, one thing we could do for you is we could go ahead and work on a proposed ordinance focusing on whatever prohibitions you want. You will be hearing from Mr. Houston. You don't have to consider that ordinance until he's given you his report. And as I said, I actually think because of his special area of expertise, he would be the most help with the remedies. Anyway, those are my thoughts, Mayor. Thank you. Former Mayor, thank you for asking.
And let me add one more thing before we go to the public. One of the issues that was debated in the litigation that just settled was whether or not it was clear just what the prohibitions were and who they applied to. By acting tonight, the council would make clear to all existing staff in the city what our expectations and the community expectations are. Even before we actually codify it into an ordinance, we'd have a statement on the record from this council about expectations. I think that'd be a very worthwhile thing to be doing.
And if I could just chime in quickly on that point, and then I want to pass along something Joe just reminded me of. Whatever you say you expect tonight, whatever you say you expect, you don't have to adopt that as your ordinance. I'm concerned about the situation where you haven't expressed what you expect. We have a very large city staff. There are people leaving the city now. And I think it's fair to try to tell them, if you can, what your expectations are at this moment. Because if you do that, we can pass that along to everyone. We can also tell them, be very careful because they're considering this, right? And we'll do that, actually, whatever you say tonight. Finally, Joe reminded me that I should have said something a moment ago, which is that at the federal level, the way revolving doors work, in part, is that they penalize contractors. For instance, if a contractor were to hire someone who had, in essence, guided or tossed a contract to that person, the penalty suffered by the contractor might be that the contractor would get no more city business. That might be something worth considering when you get around to considering an ordinance itself, because it might forestall a lot of problems. Most contractors won't risk future contracts with this city, especially if they do repeat business to hire somebody, is my opinion. Anyway, something worth considering down the road.
Thank you. Councilor Sue Hemmerich.
So I have a couple of questions. So we're calling this revolving door, but my understanding of the prior litigation, well, first of all, Oaks is part of our charter, isn't that right? So we can't really change it. We can't modify the charter, we the city council.
No, the suggestion I just made was that you consider adopting something stricter and clarify what you have.
So that was my first question. My next question is that Oaks is not a revolving door ordinance. It's a granting public benefits for private gain ordinance. Isn't that right?
Well, that's what I thought when you first contacted me about it. You said it was a revolving door ordinance. I think it's confusing. I think that I went back and read the ballot arguments about the Oaks when issues were raised by members of the public. The ballot arguments all focused on officials in the way that you are officials. There was no talk about city staff and people who grant contracts. I think Kevin's talking about clarifying the aspect of it that relates to persons employed by the city who leave their city employment and then go to work for contractors. I don't want to speak for you, Councilmember McKeon, but I think that's what you were proposing clarifying.
So now I have a question.
I'd like to answer the question if I could. You just asked a question. I'm the maker of the motion or the presenter.
I'm sorry, I jumped in.
Go for it.
Oaks is indeed part of the city charter because it was passed by Santa Monica voters in 2000. In 2006, the then city council attempted to repeal Oaks by a charter initiative, and it was a 6-1 vote on the council. I was the sole opponent of trying to repeal Oaks because there was no attempt to replace it with something better. Now, here's the key point. We can always pass ordinances that are more strict, have better control than Oaks. We're not rescinding Oaks by doing that. We're strengthening the protections for our city, for our government, and for our people by doing that. So this in no way rescinds any part of Oaks. It clarifies and strengthens a part that experience has now shown may not have been sufficient as adopted back in 2000.
Well, I'll save my response to what you said for the discussion part. For now, I'm just trying to stick with my questions. So I have a question for the city manager. And that is, do we have any sense of when Mr. Houston will be coming back to us with his proposals?
The scope of work will be on the agenda for next week, the 15th. It's a two-page scope of work that details the different dimensions. I should tell you it's fairly pricey. It's, the estimate at this point is $400,000 to undertake the scope of work that he contemplates, and the council will be able to take a look at that scope of work. He has told me that he hopes to wrap it up within 2 or 3 months of getting the go-ahead. Obviously, the holidays will have some impact on his ability to talk with the folks that he expects to interview as part of his review. So we shall see whether the 2 is more like 3. But he is very anxious to move forward expeditiously and understands the value of moving forward expeditiously.
And just so I understand, and I haven't seen the scope of work, clearly you have, it does contemplate...
You will see it this week. You will see it tomorrow.
I get it, but does it... it's not tomorrow yet. So does it contemplate giving us concrete proposals for or suggestions for what additional steps we need to take in terms of ordinances, et cetera?
I believe it clearly does, yes.
Thank you.
It doesn't specifically enumerate this aspect of the Oaks Initiative, but it very clearly indicates part of the scope of work specifically being the development of proposals for your consideration.
Okay, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And actually on this list I have Mary Marlowe twice. Is there? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So it's Mary Marlowe, then Lawrence Eubank, and then is Elizabeth? Yeah, she's in the back. She's the one that's donating time. All right.
Good evening. It's still Tuesday. Okay, barely. I'm Mary Marlowe. I'm speaking tonight as chair of the Transparency Project. I really urge you to not take any action until we hear from Mr. Houston. We just heard it's a week away. I didn't know. I thought it might be, after the holidays, but I just don't understand why we need to take action at this point. I just think it's the wrong proposal at the wrong time. We've already asked him to review Oaks and the Elizabeth Rio case. What I'm hearing tonight on the part of Oaks, there wasn't really a problem with. It was clear that the city manager was included, so I'm a little puzzled at some of the talk that I've heard so far. I just think we shouldn't be directing or trying to control his recommendations or his scope of work. You gave him free rein. I thought that was a great decision. It sounds like he's, coming back with a really thorough report. So this is just sort of baffling. And I want to talk a little bit about Oaks, too. Councilmember Himmelrich brought this up. The way I understand it, it's part of the city charter, and you can't just do an ordinance that changes parts of it. The only thing you could do is some narrow definitions, maybe, or some narrow clarifications. I looked up Pasadena's experience. They also had problems when Oaks was first passed, but they had a task force that was representative of the community, headed by John Vandekamp, a former state attorney general, that came back with an ordinance that passed. So I'm confused that, we would try and sort of do an end run around somebody who's just been hired, hasn't even had a chance to give his scope of work, at this point. It just doesn't seem to make sense. I also want to address revolving door. There is a revolving door. Actually, revolving door has 2 meanings, best I can tell. I think you all know I'm a pretty good researcher, so I actually looked at the at our city municipal code. We have under 2.08.010, it says this chapter is called the Revolving Door Ordinance. It is intended to impose restrictions on activities of specified city employees or officials after the term of employment or office has ceased. This has been on the books, it says, first passed in 1990, and then it was modified in 1993. So this is a long time thing that we've had, but you know what it really deals with is a representation thing. So that, in other words, if I work for this city on the rent control board, for example, and then I went to work for somebody that was a landlord, then I can't come and lobby the city on behalf of that landlord. It's really more about lobbying, representing somebody, than it is about taking a job with them. So it's a whole different thing. It has nothing to do with Oaks, okay? Maybe I shouldn't say nothing. Little to do with Oaks. I guess if I wanted to do a real narrow interpretation, and trust me, I've talked to my attorney about this, it could be tangential, but that wasn't really the point of Oaks. It was really about getting a private benefit after you've given some reward to someone who's doing business with the city. So getting a benefit for yourself is much different than representing somebody else. So again, I'm confused. Help us out here. But I would say do nothing till you at least hear from Mr. Houston. Thank you.
We have a question for you, though.
Sure.
Okay. Councilmember
Ms. Marlowe,
McEwen.
I have a bit of a problem with your characterization of what I'm doing here as an end run. So let me ask you some questions.
Okay.
You and I have known each other a long time. Have you ever had a hard time reaching me or getting an answer from me on anything? Have you ever had a hard time getting a hold of me to get an answer?
No. And have you ever had a hard time getting a hold of me?
No, but I saw an email that you sent out a few days ago about this where you hadn't bothered to ask me, hey, Kevin, what are you doing here? And I could have explained it to you. So let me ask some more questions. There was a recent litigation involving a former city employee who took a job with a company that he had some involvement on contracts with while serving the city. Were you involved with that litigation?
Yes.
Then you do know that litigation was never resolved by a judge. It was settled.
That's correct.
So in a settlement, you're aware that no ruling or case law has been made. No determination that is binding in future situations has yet been made. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
So what I'm trying to do here is set up an ordinance that doesn't replace Oaks. It augments or buttresses Oaks to make sure that this situation cannot recur, and further to give the additional direction to Mr. Houston that this be part of what he looks at. You're aware that because of your litigation, we did not give Mr. Houston direction on this specific part of Oaks, quite deliberately. Are you aware of that? We left that out.
My understanding from what the direction you gave Mr. Houston was to look at Oaks enforcement. Obviously, my litigation was all about Oaks enforcement. So
the direction
I'm
we gave was in a
confused.
very broad, overarching way, and we specifically carved out and did not mention the question of someone taking employment after working for the city, because we hoped it was going to be decided by a court. The best thing would be, of course, for a court to decide that Oaks already said that. The court never had the chance to do that because of the settlement. So I'm a little baffled, and I'll ask you, why are you opposing or doing something that would seem to be achieving the aim that your litigation was meant to do?
Because I think you set a very good process with Mr. Houston, and I think you should see it through.
But
I
this
don't
doesn't
think you
end
should.
the how
if you
does
want,
this end the process? Let me keep asking as a question. I have to ask as a question.
Yeah.
How does this end that process to give him additional direction?
I think that the city has a conflict. The city attorney's office has already told us numerous times she has a conflict on Oaks. So I guess I don't understand how somebody who has a conflict is going to draft legislation on something that they say they can't enforce and will have a conflict on. I just see a lot of problems with
Ms.
this.
Marlowe, do you believe that I have a conflict?
Do I believe you have a
that
conflict?
I personally have a conflict
No.
here? Because I'm the one who put this on the agenda, not the city attorney. And you're objecting to what I've put on the agenda, which is essentially to add direction to what we're already doing with Mr. Houston to make sure that this doesn't get missed.
I'd like to understand something. When Mr. Houston comes back and says, here's my scope, why couldn't you give him direction then? Why is it necessary to do it now? I don't get it.
Two things. Well, I shouldn't be answering your questions. I'm sorry, Mayor. I have to stay with the process.
No, I know.
I'll try to cover that in discussion.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I take a moment, please? I want to thank Mayor McEwen for your service. Thank you, Mayor McEwen, for your
Yes.
service. And welcome Mayor Vasquez and Mayor Pro Tem Winter. In successive council sessions, city officials have proposed that staff introduce interim language to govern municipal conduct with the caveat that broader, more definitive clarification will be forthcoming after a future meeting of minds amongst the city's denizens. Notwithstanding your laudable intent, I share and express a strain of thought amongst our citizenry best described as optimistic skepticism regards the city's capacity for self-governance. Staff are no better nor worse than any of us when it comes to self-criticism or self-evaluation. This is not the first ethics rodeo. Even a cursory exploration indicates that municipal governments throughout this country and Canada, in Europe and South America and Asia, grapple with the same issue: how to promote, enhance, and enforce ethical behavior in public officials. Tellingly, a core element of global best practices is an independent body authorized to evaluate the standards and behavior of public officials, to judge same against specific alleged grievances, and to enforce consequences for violation of the public trust. Anticipating the forthcoming report of the independent attorney in the Real and Oaks contretemps, which we hope, in essence, will amount to a behavioral audit of recent municipal conduct, we believe the most efficacious course will be to regard the Houston report as foundational, then use this dais as a discussion chamber from which to formulate a scope of work, and subsequently appoint, authorize, and budget a body comprised of council members, senior city employees, and citizen representatives from the business and neighborhood communities. With the aid of national or international experts as necessary, this body should promulgate a draft municipal ethics code and necessary enforcement provisions from Oak. And then we should take that to the community.
Thank you. Councilor McEwen.
So now I'd like to respond to what Ms. Marlowe said, because it wasn't proper to get into a conversation back and forth during testimony and questions. And she asked, why did I put this on the agenda at this time? About 2 weeks ago, the litigation in which the Transparency Group was involved with a former city manager was resolved by a settlement. And I received a letter from that former city manager, as well as receiving at that time the news that you had been able to settle that case. That told me two things. One, that there was no case law formed because a judge never heard the case, whether the Oaks Initiative said this or said that. And two, that the former city manager was advising me as mayor at the time that he felt that it was very unclear what Oaks meant. So I, at that point, actually while out of the country, put this on the agenda for this meeting when I'd be back so that we could resolve this as quickly as possible. I did not at that time know that on the December 15th agenda, that soon, we would be hearing anything about the scope of work from Mr. Houston. I anticipated that would probably be coming sometime in January. The advantage of our taking some action on this now, to my mind, is twofold. One is we're making it very clear that we wish this to be added to what Mr. Houston will propose to us now. It's a week from now, so that we can say, yes, we want you to do that part of the scope of work. And two, we will tonight be sending a message to existing city staff, some of whom may be leaving in the next month or two. Here are what our expectations are for how you will behave. We will not have this situation happen again. So I just want to assure you, I'm not trying to undermine anything that you have accomplished at all. I'm just trying to do this as quickly, effectively, fairly, and clearly as possible by taking it to a prompt council vote tonight.
Councilor Sue Hemmerich.
I assume we're on discussion now, and this is what I am having trouble understanding. So I went back to the item that Councilmembers Davis, Vasquez, and I put on in September, and it said that we wanted to have an appropriate outside advisor conduct an independent review and write an independent report, blah, 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 in the wake of resident concerns about the Elizabeth Reel matter and enforcement of the Oaks Initiative. And at that time, the complaint against former city manager Gould was pending, and there had been other complaints under the Oaks Initiative. And the thing that I guess the thing that I wonder is why I like the idea from the very beginning that we appoint somebody, say, go at it, and step back. I think that we've given them direction, and I don't understand why we're emphasizing one thing over another or one type of Oaks complaint over another, as opposed to letting him independently evaluate the situation and give us his best take on it. I thought that our goal here was not to give him guidance so that we weren't telling him where to end up in the long run. So I don't have a problem with telling employees of the city that they not be taking employment with people that they're negotiating contracts with. I mean, I think that's true under state law too. I don't think it's, well, you don't think under 1090 that's true? I'm not sure. In any case, I don't have a problem with saying right here on the dais that I personally think that that's a violation of Oaks if you are in the position of department head or higher and you're negotiating contracts and then you turn around and take a job with the person. So, that would be my personal belief. It has not been tested in court, but I would like to wait to see what Mr. Houston tells us to do about remedying this situation rather than taking it into our own hands and giving him sort of anticipatory advice about what to do.
Can I say something?
The city attorney.
Just to get clarification, first of all, I think one positive thing you could do tonight, very positive that you could do now that wouldn't be seen by anyone as short-circuiting whatever Mr. Houston may want to say to you, is to instruct staff, your staff that's here tonight, to tell if where you draw the line is department heads and above what you just said. Because, as I said, they're people living in the city now. They're entitled to know what your expectations are about their future behavior. And that in no way would compromise whatever you might want to do later. Secondarily, I think it's really a good thing that you repeated what your earlier agenda item was, which eventually led to Mr. Houston's making the proposal. I believe that your intention was to rely on Mr. Houston's expertise as to remedies for the Oaks. And that makes sense. Mr. Houston is a very experienced prosecutor and investigator. Remedies are a specialty of his. I do not believe that writing municipal code sections is a specialty of his. It might be that you want to wait until you've heard what he has to say about remedies before finally adopting any ordinance that would actually, in my view, strengthen the Oaks and effectuate it, because it'll make things clear and it will resolve issues as to remedies. So no one, I would have no interest in short-circuiting anything you did. State law does not cover paybacks now. State law covers current financial interest. 1090 is current financial interests. And that's, I think, partly why the Oaks was so popular. It's a payback law, and there wasn't a payback law before. So I guess those are the thoughts that I want you to consider. I'm urging you as a senior staff member to consider giving at least some preliminary guidance to your city staff now, so that, for instance, when a division head calls me and says, what does this law mean about what I can do in the future because I'm about to retire from the city, I want to be able to tell that person, the law is unclear, it may be in a state of flux, here's what your council expects of you, and then they can make better choices.
Well, and let me just say that my answer to that would be I would refer you back to the memo that's on our city website that is basically the framework I just talked about, that it's a city manager the city attorney, right, the clerk, and department heads, right? And, you know, if you negotiate, then, I mean, that's what that memo says. Am I correct?
That is what the memo says. The memo isn't a statement from you. It's about you. It's from city staff. If you agree with what that memo says, that's fine. We're happy to tell city staff that.
Well, I think right now it's our best framework, and since it's been on our website for 10 years, right, it probably is a pretty good guidance. For
It may be. I'm sure there are all kinds of things in the world that have been on websites for 10 years that may or may not be good guidance,
this is
but
on
we've
the
had
Oaks
it there.
Initiative page,
Absolutely. It would be a good time for you to reaffirm that if that's how you want staff to behave. I don't see why you would be reluctant to communicate to staff what you expect. And so I think that would be a helpful thing that you could do for everyone.
I am not reluctant to communicate that for the moment, but in terms of enacting a new ordinance or doing, right, before Mr. Houston comes forward with his findings is something that I am loath to do.
I may have a motion eventually that will address your concerns, but another council members first.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
I guess what I'm concerned about is the things that have been bandied around in the last few minutes, whether it's direction to Mr. Houston or clarifying that we support a document that's already written there. That's not like, it seems all pretty far afield from the language in the agenda item. And are we getting a drift of the Brown Act here? And since we are discussing ethics, I think we need to be pretty scrupulous about what we've noticed the public about.
Well, I think Councilmember McEwen's item is to give staff direction on an ordinance. I think you're talking about when. If you don't want to comment on any direction to staff, then what we'll just repeat is the substance of your discussion tonight.
Okay, you understand my thinking.
Oh, I certainly do, and I appreciate the Brown Act reminder always.
So, you know, I think we're of two schools of thought here. I'm perfectly happy to say that we request staff prepare an ordinance in an extraordinarily leisurely fashion so that there is time to accommodate the input from Mr. Houston. Because I think that's basically what we're out here. Some people believe we should wait from the input from Mr. Houston. Councilmember McEwen, with all the best intentions, is trying to put at least a statement out there so that the city attorney and other staff members can go out and make it clear to the people who are currently on employment what direction we're headed. And I think there's merit to that idea, that at least we get the word out. So that, I mean, I don't see, let me back up and say, I don't see in the wake of the recent case brought by the Transparency Project a clear and present danger. I think people are probably on guard to a certain extent. But I do think that we could possibly, maybe Councilmember McEwen is prepared to do that, is come up with something that makes clear our intention to do this down the road. And that's what I have to say about this.
Okay, and I think I can do a road sign pretty easily here without going down the road. I will take out the part of the suggestion that staff actually prepare an ordinance at this time, and I'll make this as a motion. Now, if people will listen and see if this addresses their concerns, I'll move that we direct that the scope of work by Mr. Houston include specifically a timely analysis of the need for clarification of issues raised but not resolved by the recent Transparency Group litigation, and further direct that we convey to staff that our expectations in the meantime are that Oaks provision shall apply to all city employees of division head status or above.
Can you do that as a direction to staff so you don't run afoul of the Brown Act yourself?
Yes, I said we direct. Oh, I see. Direct that staff tell Mr. Houston?
Well,
Okay.
Mr. Houston and his scope of work aren't on your agenda, but just give the direction. The city manager heard you. I heard you.
We direct staff to advise Mr. Houston that we wish his scope of work to include specifically a timely analysis of the need for clarification of issues raised but not resolved by the recent Transparency Group litigation, and further that we direct staff to convey to other staff members that our expectations are that Oaks provision shall apply to all city employees of division head status or higher.
That's not what the website says. It says department heads.
Are you okay with department heads? I was trying to go deeper just to make sure we covered your concern. I'll revise that to department head.
But if there are people lower than division heads, I can't imagine who they would be, who are negotiating contracts with contractors, right? And they're able to confer benefits and make choices. I mean, and Marcia, you know what I'm getting at, right?
I do.
Would that stop at division heads?
I do. Well, the way the Oaks is worded, it might apply to department heads now. It certainly doesn't apply to division heads because it's public officials who are appointed. Your whole civil service isn't appointed, they're hired, right? After the Oaks was passed, several years after the Oaks was passed, department head status changed. They were no longer civil service hires, they were appointees of the city manager. So you just, whatever you do tonight, whatever direction you give staff tonight, you can change it later. But you need to know if you want to give us that direction now that probably the limitation you're opposing is broader than the Oaks.
But our expectation of behavior can be different from what the law says.
So is what, wait, I'm trying to understand. So is what you're saying that your contention is that public officials don't include people who aren't appointed by either us or the city manager?
It says there is a problem in understanding the definition in the Oaks of public officials. What it says is it applies to elected and appointed public officials acting in their official capacity. I am expressing the concern that division heads do not fall within that. They are not appointed people. They are hired people. They're your civil service, right? So that issue, who this falls within the ambit of this good government limitation that you want to impose, is going to have to be addressed at some point. Kevin is right that for now, this can be a direction about how you expect people to act, right? And you can give that direction tonight and we'll convey it.
Well, and what I'm trying to capture in this is that people have the power to confer benefits on somebody, who have the power to direct a contract to somebody.
I understand what you're saying. You're trying to do this.
Pardon
If
me?
you have language, I'll consider it.
Yeah, my language would be that all city employees who have the power to direct contracts and dollars to people, right, should
Right.
not be going to work for those people in the next...
Right, which is actually 1090 covers a different situation, but that's a 1090 kind of standard.
That's right.
Councilmember
So-
Glenn Davis has been waiting
Well,
patiently.
I just want to make sure I have the language because I have to add it into the motion. So instead of applying into the motion for a direction, we're getting a little too legal for a non-lawyer. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to keep my thoughts clear here. So instead of defining it as applying to anybody division head or lower, you would have it apply to anyone, any city employee who has the power to negotiate contracts.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Glenn Davis.
Well, I think this discussion illuminates the problem I'm having, which is I understand the desire to quickly give direction to everyone so the city attorney or whomever can say, this is what council wants. The problem is, to me, while I think we all agree what we fundamentally want, which is we don't want people to use their current position with the city to feather their own nest when they leave the city, this is more complex than that. For example, while there's certainly no doubt that we have the ability to pass at some point, whether it's considered an enhancement of Oaks, more stricter than Oaks, it may not be a modification of Oaks because it is part of the charter, some sort of revolving door statute, those things do need to be carefully drawn because the California Constitution makes it very clear that people have a right to earn a living, and that overly broad statutes like that are frequently struck down, as are contractual provisions that are considered overly broad. So while we can give direction, I'm not, maybe it's the lawyer in me, and I apologize. I'm a little uncomfortable in a 13 item saying this is our policy without having a much more robust legal analysis of what the limits of that policy are, how we should word that policy, to whom it should apply. I mean, I think doing this on the fly, is it department heads, is it division heads, is it people who, I mean, it is possible, I suppose, you know, the gentleman who comes and takes my garbage and says, no, you know, you can't do that because, you know, you need a second bin or something is negotiating something with me, a benefit I'm getting. It's a small benefit or a large benefit. But my point is, I'm a little unclear sort of here, or uncomfortable here on the fly saying this is what Oaks means.
We're not doing that.
Well, but we are, because we're saying that whatever we do tonight is what we're expecting the city attorney and staff, at least until we get the report back from Mr. Houston, to say this is what council intends. And I'm not sure we can really articulate that, because what we may all agree on tonight is what we intend may not be legal. It may be too much of a constraint on future employment. So I feel like we're legislating on a 13 item here.
This is not an ordinance, it's an expectation.
Well, I understand that. But we have employees in the city who in the next week may announce their retirement. And they may be people who have negotiated contracts and saying, and oh, by the way, you can't go to work for anyone that you negotiated a contract with in the last 5 years, may or may not be a legal direction or expectation. Expectation doesn't mean anything. There's either a law or there's not. Well, no, we're not tonight, but my point is saying that the expectation is, and telling people they may in fact be subjecting themselves to some sort of civil or criminal liability down the road, and then come to find out we can't legally do what we told them they couldn't do, that we don't have that ability, there's a problem there. So I guess I don't have a problem with a loosely worded direction to staff, to come back at some point in time with some proposed ordinance that would enhance or be stricter than the Oaks initiative. But I am a little concerned about saying, and this is what we expect of our staff in the context of a 13 item, because we may say tonight that we expect something that's much more constraining than what the law allows us to do. And at that point, we haven't done our staff any favors. We have good staff. We have ethical staff. I think, we all need to remind ourselves we shouldn't be coming from, I don't think anyway, and people may disagree with me, that I don't think we should be coming from a perspective that our staff are looking to try and do something unlawful or try and feather their nests at the city's expense. I've never, really thought that. But so I want to be fair to our staff, and I think basically giving them a message like, oh, we're going to pass something and you're going to be in trouble. And so you better not retire and take a job with someone that 3 years ago you may have, had some conversations with about something. I'm just getting uncomfortable doing that as a 13 item, is calling it, whether it's, I know we're not passing an ordinance tonight, but saying that this is what the council's expectations are, because whether we call it an ordinance or not, if we say this is what the council's expectations are, then it's effectively operating as a constraint on people. And I think we better be very clear about what the legal parameters of that constraint are before we do it.
Councilmember Kevin McHugh.
I have tremendous respect for the people who work for us in this city and for their intent to operate ethically and with the utmost integrity. But the letter we received from our former city manager made it clear that even at his level of management, he felt it was unclear what our expectations were as far as taking employment with somebody you had dealt with, negotiating contracts while working for the city. I think, frankly, that by expressing this expectation, we're going to find that staff will just avoid the problem. They might have anyway, but there'll be greater clarity. We're not passing an ordinance, and frankly, if someone ignored this expectation, we might or might not, until we actually get to the point of having the Houston report and formulating ordinances based on that, be able to do anything about it. But I think if we express an expectation tonight that virtually every one of the over 2,000 employees of this city will know that that is the expectation, that is what integrity means in Santa Monica, and I think that would be a positive outcome of our discussion tonight.
Councilor Sue Hemmerich.
So Councilmember Davis expressed many of the reasons that I think this is premature. I'm aware of all of the and I've negotiated the idea I've litigated cases where the issue is where the issue is how, is what are the limitations on your contract? When can you go to another employer? What's a geographical area? I mean, there are all these issues relating to employment contracts, periods of time, et cetera. And it is in California, and California is particularly strict about it. So, look, public employment is a little different. Everything is a little different. But that's why I am hesitant tonight to sort of jump the gun. And I thought that was why we were saying that we should let Mr. Houston, decide what he wanted to do and do it. But maybe there is a solution to this, and that is that we could ask the city manager to provide him with the Transparency Project's complaint, and and say that we're interested in the issues raised by it.
That's my motion.
Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter, I think, is on the queue here.
I was just wondering if, given the concerns that Councilmember Davis raised, that we might be better off going to Councilmember McEwen's original concept of just affirming what is already apparently an in-house policy about making this these guidelines applicable to department heads and above, and then maybe we can get consensus and go home.
So that would modify I'll try to accept that as a friendly amendment if I understand it. That would modify my motion to leave the part about asking staff to inform Mr. Houston that we hope to get a timely analysis of the need for clarification of the issues raised but not resolved by the transparency litigation. But then the second part would become to further convey to other staff members that our expectations are that the Oaks provision shall apply to all department heads and above.
Yeah.
What's an expectation? I'm trying to work with Councilmember Winter to see if I have his...
It seemed to me that the red flag got raised higher for Councilmember Davis when we started going into anybody who can issue a contract and her concerns about that being a violation of...
Right, so I've just made a modification.
So
is that the amendment you're suggesting? Because then we could find out how they react to that.
Yeah, that was the amendment.
Because I can count to 4. If we're not going to get to 4, let's go home.
Councilor William Davis, I think, is in the queue.
Right. Well, I don't have a problem with directing staff to prepare an ordinance. That's fine. And whatever direction we want to give them, department heads or above. My concern is about starting to whether I know you keep focusing on the word expectation, but it's sort of like when I tell my son I expect him, or when I had any control over him, I expect you to do your homework. That was more than an expectation. That was an order, do your homework. And that's my concern. I don't have a problem, and maybe this is just a semantical issue, but it works for me, as saying that as we sit here tonight, it's council's understanding, as opposed to expectation, council's understanding that the Oaks initiative applies to department heads and above.
Accepted as friendly.
Okay, and then the other thing is, I think we can, since we'll be having Mr. Houston's scope of work here next week, at that point we can then amend it to include it. So yeah, if that amendment of changing expectation to understanding and then just asking staff to direct it, I can support that.
We all good with that?
I'm sorry, the one thing I want to add to this is pending the Houston report. Right, because once that happens, then all bets are off.
We can change our understanding at any time.
We all good with that?
I've changed my understanding several times tonight. I can't do that.
So, I mean, we come. It's just direction. I think it's just direction. So I don't think we need a formal motion, do we? We could just say it's direction. I think staff has kind of heard it. Just do a voicemail on this direction. You want to be clear on what it is.
For the record, is there a second on the motion is the question.
You're right. There wasn't.
I'll second it.
All right, so it's been second, as amended.
Right. So we're accepting that as direction.
As direction. So we just need a voice vote on that. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay, thank you. Move on to 14.
Okay, next we have item 14, public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And you have 6 requests to speak.
We'll go ahead and start with Michael Tony, Jonathan Foster, and Art Casillas, if you can all come up.
Michael Tony. Last night down there, the Chautauqua Tunnel and the steps, there's a second tunnel near the steps near the tennis courts. Black guy said he came out with a couple of guys, and I think they actually had these big internet. They had the little screens, and they're walking around to clean the tunnel out after 2 o'clock at 1. Was it 12? It was after 12 Sunday morning till like 12:20, and then he said he started to threaten me, and the guys came by and they said things, and they said I didn't say anything, and then they said I'm going to tell you what to do, and the black guy said I'm the guy that cleans out the tunnels, and he sleeps over, I think you know where he sleeps. It's a special place. He gets against the Pacific Coast Highway up there. Anyways, they got so nasty, I said, hey, I'm going to go talk about this to city council. So I did. Now I talked to you about it, and you know that they did that. But it relates to, actually, you are doing a thing with the, you're doing something with the security on the bike path coming down Exposition Boulevard or something like that to make it. I went up all to the call stations, to the little call stations on the bike path. The first one I went to was broken. It didn't work. The second one I went to was broke. It didn't work. I went all the way up to the Arizona, and I pushed on. I think I might have got that when I said, you know, your machines don't work, and this guy's back there. So that takes care of that. I wanted to mention that guy. And then there was another guy that was doing some guy. These black guys go around really going off. Another guy that had done something. Is that it? The 2 minutes?
That's it.
That's it? Okay.
Thank you.
Hi again, I'm Jonathan Foster. How is it that everyone involved in creating the 3rd Street Promenade is corrupt? And the Performers Code? When examining all concepts that have arrived from recent transparency violations, is it easy to conclude that the ability for lawyers and landowners to remove freedom of speech, negating freedom of speech on the guise and lore of concept of safety, on the surface seems good? Until it can be properly argued that it's completely unconstitutional under the First Amendment to take my freedom of speech away, because it still has never been proven that I was unsafe. The city never proved that. The city rammed me down being corrupt in an improper agreement with the landowners and lawyers that created the concept. Have these cowards taken away from me what General Washington gave me? Doing it this way, it's the way it's done. Unethical, unconstitutional, immoral, it's inhuman. And from the testimony of lawyer Stanley Epstein, Marcia Moultrie cooperated in creating a violation which is far, far more dangerous than anything I did on 3rd Street. Pam O'Connor cost $1 million to the city, far, far more dangerous than anything I did unsafe on 3rd Street. It's a lie. And this is being done and has been done to people under the slimmest margins of error, which is why everyone is such a huge issue with it, takes place having to accept a heathen's sentence for it. This is done, not including Leandro, the jerk. And know that I do support the basics of the program. I'm still trying to get my $58,000 settlement.
Thank you.
Good evening, Art Casillas. Good evening. Tonight is either continuance of racial profiling of Mexicans and blacks by housing and drugs, or is it the time that previous racism by white supposed representatives will change with a now supposed Mexican as mayor? Ex-President Kennedy said, quote, "That's not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country," end of quote. I asked new Mayor Tony Vasquez, did you come here to make Mexicans, blacks matter, or will you help finish burying our people? 23 years ago, my dad said before he died, Art, there are 3 things that never happen. 1, God does not write us letters. 2, God does not speak on radio. 3, God does not appear on television. That means we have a Bible. So we now have what so much choices we have, but what responsibilities we have to do our Lord's work on earth. As God further warns us in the Bible, quote, "For whatever you do to the least of my people, you have done unto me." No, I'm not saying God will hurt you, not at all. What I'm saying, God can choose to turn his back on us in time of our needs, like you have done to his children. I will ask you, Mayor Vasquez, to break the status quo. Number 1, work to fire Police Chief Jacqueline A. Seabrooks. 2, work to fire City Attorney Marsha Moultrie. 3, find out where City Manager stands about being a willing participant in helping correct ongoing racism. And please help fund PYFC, again, to help save our youth diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Ronald Turovsky, and then Craig Miller and Jason Quayles.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Ron Turovsky. I'm with Manat Phelps and Phillips in Los Angeles, and I'm here to actually speak on a different subject, which has to do with the advertising on Big Blue buses. I have submitted some materials to all the members of the council and to the city attorney and to the city manager as well. I've been consulted by a variety of entities that are interested in placing non-commercial ads, and as members of the council probably know, those are not permitted under the current guidelines. Back in 2012 and in 2014, the council unanimously asked for staff to come back, agendize an item, and present materials about modifying that policy. To my understanding, that wasn't done. I submitted some materials that I think clarify certain things with respect to the ability to change that policy, and would urge the council to do so. If you look at those materials in detail, you'll see essentially 3 things. It's very lengthy material, but it comes down to a few points. One is, first of all, the law would allow and does allow the city to change its policies to allow non-commercial advertising. It's not a all or nothing proposition. Allowing non-commercial does not mean you have no further control over the ability to control content. Multiple cities across the country in California have a different approach, which is to lift a ban, not have a ban, but have several categories of prohibited advertisements that in sum and substance would provide control and the ability to allow many non-commercial advertisements at the same time deal with issues that the city feels would be inappropriate for advertising on the buses. The second thing that you'll see in the letter is that this is a policy that should be changed. There are all kinds of good policy reasons to do it. When you read cases in this area that all revolve around the First Amendment, the essence of it is that they're trying to encourage government to allow more speech, not less. So that's the second point. And the third point is that it would actually supplement the city and put it in a better position dealing with litigation, challenging it. So I would urge with the guidelines.
Thank you. We have actually some questions for you.
I'd be happy to.
We have first the Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter.
So I'm just curious, when and how did you submit these materials to us? Was that recently?
Yeah, I submitted today.
By mail? Okay.
Personal delivery today.
So
a document to each individual
okay, so
member.
it's probably in these manila envelopes.
It would be in that very one.
Okay, so we're just so you know, we're not conversant with your materials yet. So
okay, I appreciate that. I would urge you to as soon as you can to take a look. It's a very detailed analysis of very recent case law in particular that's allowed, since the last time this material was presented to the council.
Thank you. There is another question, I think, from Councilman Gleam Davis, though.
Well, actually, Mayor Pro Tem Winter asked my first question. My second question, of course, is have you provided those materials to the city attorney? Because that is who we would have the expectation would work on that matter.
I can communicate directly, but
Yes.
I did. I sent copies today to the city attorney as well, and would be happy to discuss that in detail. But yeah, I've done that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'd be happy to address it now. I know it's late. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Apropos of a prior presentation, I'm going to attempt to model good reading behavior. Good evening, distinguished city leaders, and happy holidays. As the parent of 4 Latino children, I want to take a quick moment to express the pride my family feels in the ascension of Tony Vasquez to the mayor's seat. And as a 32-year resident of the city I love, I also want to express my appreciation to immediate past mayor, Councilmember Kevin McCune, for his leadership in trying to usher in a new era of a more resident-friendly, open, responsive city government. To all our city leaders, I want to respectfully urge, please keep going. There is so much more that needs to be done to fix our city government, to begin to side more with our people than with big corporations, and to shape our city's policies to match the values of the people who live here. It is in that context and with the best of intentions and goodwill that a growing coalition of nonprofit charitable organizations pooled scarce resources to commission the Manat Report on transit ad policy and law. I hope the council will recognize it as the gift that it is. I respect the concerns that Councilmember McCune and others expressed back in September 2012 about the city possibly becoming ambassadors for harmful advertisements. But as you look at the issue anew, I think you will conclude that your concerns are in fact better met by policy change. Santa Monica's transit ad policy, as implemented since 2012, has needlessly banned the most socially useful ads. The very ads that the city of Los Angeles has gone out of its way to encourage on its 350 buses, Santa Monica refuses. It has cost our city hundreds of thousands of dollars in forfeited revenue opportunity and hundreds of thousands more in litigation.
Thank you. Well, there is
Yes.
a question from Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. We all know that you are affiliated with AIDS Walk LA, and I'm assuming that your presence here tonight suggests that if we were to change our policy, you would be interested in resuming your advertising program with the bus. Is that correct?
Well, in fact, we were spending on the order of $40,000 a year, and we would like to resume that for the betterment of the fight against AIDS and to further offset expenses associated with operating the bus system. Also, interestingly, new this year, Quest Diagnostics, a commercial entity and sponsor of AIDS Walk, sought to place $20,000 worth of advertising, principally promoting itself as the leading private sector provider of all kinds of health screening, and then much like Yoplait Yogurt does, added a little tagline of supporting AIDS Walk Los Angeles, and the ad was rejected. I would also just add, with the Olympics coming up and so many commercial entities that take pride in associating themselves with that charitable endeavor, I think that that's going to be another big challenge to the city policy, because apparently Quest's little mention of AIDS Walk Los Angeles, that's very comparable to what a lot of companies do with their sponsorship of the Olympics.
Great, thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, to continue Craig Miller's comments. The non-commercial ban on Santa Monica buses allows Big Oil to advertise itself as environmentally conscious, but denies Heal the Bay a voice. It allows the fast food industry to purvey extra-large sodas to our kids, but won't allow the Diabetes Association to run ads encouraging a healthy diet, and on and on. It's like the municipal policy equivalent of don't ask, don't tell. Don't ask the public to engage in their community's welfare. Don't tell the public useful health tips. It's contrary to our ideals, it doesn't serve, and it belongs on the same ash heap of history that foolish policy plagued our military for 18 years. We thought we were on the road to resolving this Transit Act issue in September 2012 and October 2014 when the council unanimously passed motions asking the city attorney and the city's staff to set an agenda item to address these issues. That last motion was over a year ago. That's more time than it took the city of Los Angeles to complete its entire process of improving its regulations. So we urge you to review that memo penned by Mr. Tarofsky and calendar this issue per your original plan of September 2012, so we can move forward and reap both the revenue and the public service benefits of state-of-the-art ad policy. We would also like to make a final comment on the way that this issue has been handled by the city. The Office of the City Attorney is supposed to serve and support the work of the City Council. It is not supposed to be subordinate to the City Council. It is supposed to be subordinate to the City Council, not the other way around. City attorneys are not authorized to exercise essentially a pocket veto, but to date, in effect, she has. How can a formal request from the council twice be ignored? Where is the accountability? We appreciate your interest and support in this issue. Thank you for your consideration. I defer my questions to Craig Miller. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, that concludes the public comment and adjournment. Well, actually, do we have any adjourning motions? Sure, yeah. Oh, we don't have any formal ones up here, but I guess it would be appropriate for us to adjourn for all the loved ones that we lost in this last tragedy here in San Bernardino. I don't have the names in front of me, but I think we're up to about 14, I believe. And I think it'd be appropriate for us to do that tonight. Is there any others? Hearing none, I guess we're good to adjourn. We're back. Oh, I'm sorry. We actually have a special meeting. We moved our regular meeting. We canceled our meeting for December 22nd, but we do meet next Tuesday, which is the 15th. So until then, we'll come back and thank you all for participating this evening.
Is he moving? I'm sorry. We can do commercial advertising of buses, but not non-commercial.
I didn't realize that either. I thought, well, that's new. Yeah. Oh. You're one of my favorite people. But I was surprised. I figured you were jet lagged. Well, how